Alrighty. There we go. Ooh. Just situate. What's going on, everyone? Good morning. 201 subscribers. Really? I haven't even looked. Did we hit 201? Yes, we did. Thank you all. Thank y'all for the support. Everything we're doing here. Let's hit 1,000. Let's share that. Hit 1,000. I'll be that much more happier. But ultimately, I appreciate it, man. Thank you for noticing that too. Good morning, Justin. Good morning, Chad. Let's get it on today. Yeah. So today, I actually need to switch my display captures. Giving me, it's having fits. So it's gonna do this for a second. Give me a second. Let me move some of this stuff back how I had it first and foremost. All right, and then pull that up. So since we hit 200 subscribers, I will be doing something, giving you all a treat. Like I was saying in our chat group, I'm not sure if you all saw that, but I pulled out my old scanner last night just to see what was coming across it. Got me on the big screen. That's what's up. Red Day, I'll listen. Just cool, O'Shea. Glad to have you here if you're here right now. Let me pull this out real quick. So, whoa, doing some weird stuff this morning. Yeah, I tried to set up a second location in one of my other rooms last night, and it kind of threw all my stuff off, bringing it back to my main office in my house. So, having to get back situated. Good morning, Reg. Good morning, Justin. Let me share this with everybody real quick if y'all don't mind before we get started. Just to make sure everybody can join us that wants to. And then I also have to share it through the platform too, so stand by. Give me 1 second and we'll get started. Also give people some time to get in here too. Boom. My system's pretty good so far. And with being able to share and stuff like that across multiple channels. So it doesn't take me too long. Also, just for you guys that are viewing this, you'll see this orange line in here. That is actually the SPY. So we can see how some of these stocks that I'm going to point out in this morning's session is correlating with the movements of the market and how they aren't. These aren't stocks that are focused on, going up if the stock goes down type stocks. These are just pure momentum stocks. I should have been using this scanner forever ago and never stopped using it. I don't know why I did. I started looking for different types of metrics in the market. I've been recently analyzing some of the stocks that I've been looking at investing and sharing with everyone, and trying to identify certain things that stand out to me, that have been confirmed on previous movements. So that's what I've been focused on. And I walked away from how I originally was scanning the markets, and I think that's been the cause of my issue. Most of the stocks that we pushed out in February, as you may know, may or may not know, were pretty much slaughtered and never recovered. So I have like 23 alerts I have to close out. You'll see me go through today and do that, and then I'm basically repositioning myself based on how it originally was when I was scanning the markets before. But I want to show you some stocks that have always, this scanner has always found stocks that meet the criteria I'm looking for. And honestly, it's these momentum swings that I'm going after. And if I bring in my other indicators, this might look jumbled up a little bit to you guys, but I'll kind of identify what I'm looking at. Of course, you guys know I use the EMAs as my crossover identifiers. It's worked well in what we've watched with the SPY and things like that over the past few days, identifying intraday reversals, even longer term reversals. This works. I use TradingView, of course, if you guys aren't aware. For some of you that aren't aware of what TradingView is, that's what this technical analysis is always done on. But anyways, it offers you a lot of tools that you can use. I suggest other people use it, but I built a custom script in here that allows me to identify when my EMAs cross over, and I run off the 13, 34, and 55 EMAs, and then I have an intrabar volume display to show me when we're having large selling or buying spikes and stuff like that, and then my MACD, of course, my RSI to see where it's positioned in the rest of its sector, and then the volume weighted MACD as well. Typically, sometimes correlates with the MACD, sometimes they're different. Not always the same, but it can kind of show you where the momentum's being lost in volume on whatever side of the fence you're on, I guess you could say. So I built a scanner in Thinkorswim that focused on that particular setup and scanning the markets to meet the criteria of my EMAs, and then I wouldn't just jump into the trades. I would actually go through and do my technical analysis like we have been, and then I'd confirm the move with my fundamental analysis. And like I said, I started trying to go a little bit more in depth, and I think I should have just kept it simple and let my scanners just do the work for me the way they were before. But some of these trades I want to look at on the daily, and you can kind of see them propping up the way they are. But there are some that actually stood out. I'm actually going to refine it back to, give me a second. Let me pull this back down. OBD, load, breakout scanner. And I'll focus on some stocks right now just between 25 cents and $10. And the list is growing pretty fast going into pre-market as we're getting closer. CTMX is one that I'm interested in, but there was one that really stood out to me my scanner caught, and that's ETM. And as you can see, it saw a slight dip, and then it bounced back with the SPY a little bit. But when the SPY came back down yesterday, it continued pushing forward. And this is actually the past 3 days. So even though the SPY has been coming down for the past 2, this one's still moving to the upside. So that caught my interest. I'm going to be looking at a potential position in this. As you can see, the 4 hours showing strong momentum. This is an indicator that it's going back below the EMA, so I'm going to watch for it first. I'm not saying getting into this now. As you can see, the 1 hour. But these are some of the confirmations I'm looking for, and I can kind of go in there and adjust this to catch the bars a little bit earlier than that and allow me to find even better positions before these breakouts that we're looking at. So let's look at CCO. I remember looking at that one this morning. As you can see, it's bouncing pretty heavy on the 1 hour. Let's make sure the 10-minute matches the momentum. Looks like we're going green. There we are looking at a overbought status on the 10 minutes, so be careful there. But overall with this daily, let me reset my chart up. There you go. And I'll pull some of this out so that we can just focus on the stock. As you can see, once again, the SPY's been pulling back a few days, but this is still making its way back to the upside and retesting those 220s. It's a 30% swing that it could potentially hit, but it could, of course, break through that 220 and keep pushing higher. Ultimately is what we're looking for. But to do my technical analysis on it, 160 is a strong support level that's played a part all the way since June for CCO. And once we were able to break above that level, it actually bounced pretty well, about 35 $1.40. And the good thing about that is it's a lower stock value, so you can buy a good bit of this with $100, $500, whatever your buying is. Do you pay for TradingView or use the free tools? I actually am a premium member for TradingView, just so I'm not restricted from what I'm trying to do. I share a lot of my chart analysis on there for the community that's on there, and basically building the following there. So I do pay for the premium, so I'm not restricted from that tools I can access. But back to CCO, looking at the long-term trend, it looks pretty healthy in that regard right there. So what I'm looking for is a compression zone right around those 220s that it's running into to bounce above it. I'm looking at making a position on this one. I saw it this morning. Going into today, due to the fact that even though the market is pulling back, that this is still showing strong momentum. Unlike some of the other stocks we've been looking at, we've been finding those support levels, and they've been blowing straight through all these support levels. That's why my entire trade alert portfolio, my own portfolio, is busted right now pretty much. And I'm going back to my roots and what got me here, and where I was able to find some of those 1 to 200, 300% gainers when I initially started pushing the alert system in the market. So I'm going to go back to those roots, and I'll be looking for these types of stocks and pushing them through the platform, of course. I've been highly focused on basically resituating the platform to make it a lot easier for you to access the information that I'm sending out. We can look at some more, though. LPCN, currently seeing about 4.6 million going in to pre-market, but as you can see with the markets pulling back, it's pulling back. So I'm not necessarily focused on that one. SSNT's been on my scanners, on my other scanners for days, and we're seeing a healthy trend on it. I haven't done any technical analysis on it just yet, but as you can see, it's sitting right about there on that 25-degree angle, moving back to the upside. Has some resistance it has to break through, of course, around the where's my tools? I'm gonna bring those back over here. Once we can get past that 735, I feel like we'll retest these upper price ranges, about the 851. But the fact that it breaks through that support level, we could actually see it jump up to this 1115 level, which has played, I would say, 1097 due to the fact that it played resistance right here. So we'll put it around the $11 range. So if we can break through that 699, find support above that level, we'll continue churning to the upside. I'm sorry, 735. If we break above the 735, I expect this to continue moving forward, trading in that 735 to $11 range. So something to keep an eye on. BSM, I'm just going down the list right now, by the way. Some of these, like I said, this is why I go in and I critique them, because of the fact that I want to make sure that they fit my criteria. And I feel comfortable with the trade based on the chart versus just listening to a scanner all day. Like this, for instance, something that stands out to me is BSM. There's a lot of sell volume right here. A lot of selling, but yet the price is still pushing up. So we had some large buying volume spikes going all the way back to the end of January, so on, around that time frame. And that's really pushed the stock up, almost $1 at where it's currently sitting at, but all the way up to, close to $2 in the past month or so, over the course of the past month. So something I'll watch. I'm not saying to necessarily jump into. Let's look at it on the 4-hour. And so basically, what this is scanning for me is based on the 1 hour, and I just confirm it with the daily. And then if I'm scanning based on the day, then I confirm it with the 1 and the 4 hour, if that makes sense. So I'll look at some that are based on the day and just kind of see how those are propped up. Because I feel like daily momentum swings are much more healthier than just hourly, because those hourlies can shift very easily on us. And as you can see right here, this one looks like it could retest the 750s pretty easy. That's $1 to the share, which will be about somewhere near 15 to 16% off the top of my head. These are just the setups I'm going after. So I'll be pushing some of the trades that we're getting into. I'm reallocating my entire portfolio based on the current pullback. We'll look at the overall market here in a second and kind of get an estimate on what's going to happen with it today. It actually hit our 380 level that I was identifying before, and it pulled back up a little bit in pre-market, but watch out for it to fall some more. As you can see, 379 is the next key level that I'm going to be watching for. I'll look at the SPY a little bit more, but like for instance, GALT, ticker GALT, looks like it could potentially retest those 269s with ease. That's 37 cents on the trade, almost just doing stuff off the top of my head. Well, around 15 to 20% swing on that, and the momentum could actually carry it above that. And continue moving higher. I'm going to go ahead and identify that for us so we can keep track of it moving forward. But as you can see, it actually was support levels before, and also did our support to reversals, moving all the way back to seems like it's been trading sideways for the most part, so pretty easy swing trade here. If anything, you can ride those waves up and down throughout the process. But let's see, very well on the low side. Even though the market's coming down, once again, it's pulling back up. And that's so in times of a market pullback is when it seems like I've always found my best opportunities, because of the way my scanner is set up and what it's focused on. So some more we can look at real quick with you guys. If you want to just write them down, add them to whatever watch list you have, just to watch how they perform going through the day. FTI was something I was doing some analysis on before, apparently, and I was looking forward to break above that 856. As you can see, it has. I'm going to make that my support level, and that's on the daily. I'm going to look at it on the 4-hour real quick, and then actually go in the lower time frame, because it just broke above that level. I want to see how the support is riding that line. It broke out once, got rejected, broke out again, support was rejected, but now it seems like that third confirmation was enough to keep it moving forward. So ultimately, looking at this continuing to trade up to the 1017s, as long as it keeps support above that 856. So you're buying into this about 12 cents above that support level, which is pretty great. That means if it goes below the 856, we at least know that that's a potential area to pull out and let the stock find that support again above those levels, or you can expect it to at least bounce off of this longer term trend line that it stayed true to so far. I'll pull some of my indicators out so we can see that. But I like this bounce back above, and the support above there. As you can see, it's played strong support before. And once it broke through there the last time, that's when it hit those 1017 levels. I want to look back a little bit more just to see how it's correlated with those price ranges before. And as you can see, it's been well above that, but well above these price ranges, going all the way back into March. Still has a lot of upside to recapture from the pandemic pullback and stuff like that. So something definitely to watch. Moving forward, though, GoPro is another one that came across the scanner I want to share with you guys. Let's see, 4-hour looks pretty strong on it, breaking some old resistance levels. Well, old support levels that actually kind of played resistance going into it, and once it ran into it again, it was able to break above it. Is what I'm trying to point out here. And then ultimately, the price range that I'm looking forward to trade within is between that 813 to 1058. So Ironwood Pharmaceuticals is another one. I mean, you see the setups that we're going after here, and it's actually at the point of resistance or previous levels of support. That's what we're finding here. So these are key zones to buy into these types of stocks, and I look forward to doing that myself. I'm going to see how they react to market open. Of course, I never buy, pretty much don't ever buy pre-market, because the market open can slaughter you. So I wait to see, here's my technical analysis going into pre-market, and if it sticks true to that going through whatever the market open may be, then so be it. I'm moving forward with the trade at that point. But if it breaks down, then we're gonna call it a day on those trades. But as you can see, finding strong support on the lower time frames there. Ultimately, I'm going to take the last few minutes of this 30-minute session with you guys to look at the SPY and how it's recovering. It dropped below 380 in after hours yesterday. I had called it KOS. All right, J-Dub. Good morning, by the way. I had called that. I think I was talking to Reg for the most part, and we were just kind of monitoring the SPY and on the side of the chat and just focused on that. And we were watching it just drop. It hit 379. I said it was going to hit 380. I think I told the rest of the chat group that we were going for 380. Potentially sticking true to that downward trend that we identified before, although showing reversals back to the upside of the trend. So watch for that going into today. Let me spread this out for you so you can kind of see it a little bit better. But watch for it to bounce back up. If it does, let's see if we get rejections around the 383 first before we confirm the reversal. Ultimately, we want to get back to 386 to the upside. If you were to buy into stocks and it were to jump up that high, you should see some strong returns real quick. Intraday is what I would look for until we see this break out of this downward trend, because otherwise you're just going to be buying stocks low, missing profits at the top of this channel, and then it's going to come back down on you, and we're potentially heading back to 368 in the process. So basically, if you ride the wave, not necessarily say day trade, but just scalp your profits that you're getting, capture them. Don't let them sit currently in this downward channel that we're in. And I'm not saying this is a long-term strategy. I'm not saying that you shouldn't hold through this downward pressure that we're having on the markets. If you feel strong about the stocks that you have, these times show you how strong the stocks are you do hold through market downturn. So pay attention to that moving forward. Somebody wanted to look at a KOS real quick. I like the fact that it's still pushing higher, although the markets are pulling back. That's solely what we're looking for. As you can see, this is currently the market trend here. It's not going to let me do it because I have my snap on, but this is currently the market trend now that we're watching. And as you can see, KOS is actually doing the reverse of that, and that's a pretty strong trade to have. Currently trading at 326 going into pre-market today. Here's the long-term, looks to be the long-term trend right here that I would pay attention to, making sure we stay above. I'll go ahead and pull out the SPY for a second, since we already confirmed that it's moving up while the SPY is moving down, this is what we're looking for, is strong trades that are holding up very well through the downward pressure of the markets, pushing back up very strong in this trend. Make sure it stays in this channel. What I'll do is I'll share this screenshot with you, J-Dub. It's in the chat now. Yeah, I know I'm about to get off. To answer your last question, what is my opinion of the best time to buy? So we've been heavily watching the markets to identify the reversal, and once we do, out of the downward trend, we're catching things at the bottom of that downward trend first and foremost, positioning ourselves at cheaper prices. But ultimately, we need to break out of this downward trend before we start seeing a bull market, as we're falling into a bearish market. So anything you're buying right now, you can expect it to continue going down lower than your entry prices that you get into them. You could actually not trade at all and wait for the bottom, and then, all right, I love you, baby. Wait for the bottom and buy cheap then. But as I said, I'm not going to speculate on when the reversal is going to be. I'm just going to watch as we go through this trend. I'm going to ride trades up to the upper side of this trend, and then I'm going to short the SPY once I see it reverse and get rejected, and make money on the way down. So it's basically like hedging your bets. So you can buy cheap now and then ride it up. You can get out, or you can buy cheap now, hold longer term until we get out of this downward spiral, and then short the SPY to hedge your portfolio on the way down and still make profits to basically account for those losses that you're making. That's currently how I'm trading. Is I'm buying stuff cheap, I'm holding it longer term while riding the waves of the SPY. I'm shorting the SPY on the way down. I might, if the SPY is to go back up to the upper side of the trend, then I might, do some calls on the upside. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. And we have our biggest cheerleader here. Ain't that right? Say hey. Say hi. Say ah. Say ah. But yeah, that's how I'm playing it. Because it can reverse at any time. I think it's actually going back to those 368 levels before we see a reversal. And that would be a good time to buy in. To answer your question, Suave, is watching that 368 level of support. It plays strong. Where are you going? Where are you going? Where are you going? Where are you going? But yeah, that 368 played strong support in the last strong pullback that we saw end of December, beginning of January, and then the mid-February as well. Where are you going? For sure. So that's what we're looking for ultimately, is long-term portfolios, potentially waiting, sitting cash, riding the wave down. I don't know how many people are aware of how to play options, but I am going to be sharing some of that option information of how I'm trading the SPY. I spent months just doing swing trades on options, or not swing trades, but doing options on market swings on the SPY, just so I could learn how to handle situations like this appropriately in order to hedge my account properly. In case I'm losing money in longer term hold stocks, I can still, make some profits to at least account for that while it's coming down. So, but key level to watch is that 3. Where is that? Where did we identify it yesterday, Reg? We were looking at this. To be precise, it looks like we're finding some support around the 379s temporarily. What? Temporarily. Here, you want your bottle back? Yeah. So give me that, daddy. Temporarily. If it breaks down below that, then yes, we're going back to, I think we're continuing to the downside of this trend. Might bounce back up and then bounce down. So what that would look like is something like this. Like that. And then potentially a bounce back up. Girl, where you going? Where you going? You want to sit up? You want my wallet? Here, you want my wallet? You're not getting my mic. You got my wallet though. What that would look like is something like this, potentially. That was a 49 degree. Well, let me do this. Let me try and calculate the angles that we're looking at. So this was 66. Sharp rebound right there. And then back down. Now I'm gonna make this look a little bit better here in a second. 69 degrees. I'm gonna get rid of these extend lefts and rights. That way you can kind of see this a little bit better. So this is my expectation. These are the bounces that I'm going after, and these are the swings that I'm looking at. Might not be precisely on point, but this is the path that I see moving forward until we hit those 368 levels. And last one. So I'll probably hide these. I'll put them in a group and hide them. But that's what I'm expecting the SPY to do ultimately. So I see a few people had to leave us. Who all is with us? Who all is left with us so far? Wasn't actually expecting to go past 8 o'clock, but as long as I can keep a little one here satisfied, then I will. What you doing? What you doing? Spending my money? Spending my money? Spending daddy money? Where you going? What are we doing? Who all's here with us? If you don't mind, let me know. Girl. What is it? We got a burp in there or something? I'm still here on the treadmill. Cool. It's going to be like a 10-15 minute period where I'm going to have her, and then here, but we'll probably just be listening. That's cool. That's fine. 10-15 minute period, and then Suave's still here. Cool. Suave, have you been on here with us before? Or are you new to the channel or our coffee and stock session? Not new to the channel, but to our coffee and stocks. There we go. I'll go ahead and hop off cam for a sec. Alright, so looking at some more stocks real quick. Let's look back at the 30-minute. I want to look at it at a 30-minute time frame. We might be able to catch some of these moves ahead of time. And pull that back over here. Pull that back right there. 5. Scan. SBS. Nice setup. SBS, ticker SBS for those just listening. Looks like it's trying to break its downward pressure trend that it's been in. Actually breaking above the EMAs, which is a strong signal. This can move back to the upside. You might see it pull back to the top EMA around the 666 before it continues moving forward. Seeing some strong buying volume going into this looks like after hours or near market close after hours yesterday. I want to look and see why, if there's any news or something like that may have popped out on the stock. Where's my news? There it is. SBS. Let me save this for now. What I'll do is save, hold, there. And give me just a second. Here we go. She is straight up passed out in my arms. Sitting straight up. Oh, we're back away. Yeah, let me lean back for you. How about that? So no news to justify the move. Just simply pushing up for some reason. I want to do some DD on it. SBS. Look like it's trying to rebound on the quarter over quarter, but it's still got some performance to make up for year over year. EPS growth is down negative 81%. Net profit margins picking up about 6%. Even though EPS is down 82%, near 82%, it's still positive. So you're still making money on their reports. So definitely something to look at. Long-term debt to capital is down 11% year over year. Great signal there. Let's see. Looks like they have a... if that's right, it says 21 cents dividend. Let me see something real quick. Down 3%, 34% of earnings. Where's my list at? Give me just a second, guys. Oop. Okay, cool. So, if you watch some of our older videos, not older, but our previous videos, for our coffee and stock sessions, they were solely focused on how to basically determine your price ranges that these stocks are trading in by identifying your key levels of support and resistance. If you want, you can add me on Facebook, and I'll kind of get you caught up where we are in this current coffee and coffee and stock sessions. Excuse me. That way you're up to date. I know that I've stated I was going to be doing more option trading. but I'm kind of reluctant to do that with the markets being such swings. As you may have known, I've been doing some like example options just in my account, and they've been getting killed by these market swings. Every time I think the market's reversing, it's killed me. Um, every time, well, let me rephrase that. Every time that I think the market is breaking out of its downward trend, I have been burned. So it is sticking true to that. But we will move into it a little bit more. I think I'm gonna do some sideways segments. You can add me here, Suave. We do have groups on Facebook. We have about 4 for Millennial Investments. We have some partner groups that we work with, and then we have a group chat that we actually speak about. We talk about stocks all day. So you're more than welcome to join us. I just shared the link to my Facebook. Feel free to add me on there. And I'll get you at least added to the group chat for now. And everybody else, I will be adding you all to the other groups that we have as well. So let me know when you send that over. I'll hit you up. I'll get you set up. Let's look at the next one, though. I just want to keep identifying more and more of these positions that are popping up on my scanner. 4 hour. Okay. Looks like it made it through okay during earnings. Seeing some sell-off a little bit. Pulling back on the day just a little bit, but staying up right above those EMAs. So I expect this to have the strength to continue moving forward. Let's identify that sideways trend real quick. Oh yeah, I took it off. I forgot. Nope. Give me 1 second. Uh-oh. So that's our longer term trend. Based on that trend, we can look at it from this aspect. Let me reset this up. So it looks like it's currently making it back to the levels pre-market. Diamond Rock Hospitality finally making it back to its previous levels before, I said pre-market, pre-COVID. And could easily go back to 11, around the 11. Key level of support I'd pay attention to here is about the 1103. If you were to get into it, you can get about 10% off the initial trade. But if it keeps it true to this current trend, you could actually see this around the 1253 before running into continued resistance to the upside. Looking at it from a fundamental standpoint, let's see how we're doing. Year over year is not looking too healthy. Let's see if we're seeing some rebound on quarter over quarter. So I don't know if I would really hold this long term, maybe more so on the swing trade more than anything. Let me see if they had any news released. If there's any stocks you want to review, Suave, feel free to go ahead and put it in this chat here, and we can look at them. We have a coffee and stocks watch list that we've been looking at. We haven't looked at in the last few days because the market's just so hell-bent on going down on us. But we are more than happy to review any opportunities you're wanting to look at. Look at that. It's just been killing. The market has just been killing our little port list over here. BGI doing well. Ose is big on BGI. I don't blame them. It's been doing well. It broke above that 273 level of support that we were looking for. And like I said, the next price range this could run to is about 366. So something to definitely keep an eye on. Of course, this is showing data from yesterday. I'm trying to figure out what's missing right here. Because this is the 4th. And my trading view chart isn't showing it for some reason or another. Let's see what else we got. KALA. I'm going to look at it on the daily. Had a strong bounce to about, what is that, 995 ultimately, but found resistance at this level here. We need to pay attention to it. Strong support levels where it bounced back down to around the 750s, 730s to be exact. So you're buying this cheap at a low level. Strong support levels where it's currently at. If you were to get into this right now, make sure we don't break it below it. And if it does, your second support level to pay attention to would be somewhere near 661. So potential buy zone between that 661 and 727 if we do drop below those levels. Something to pay attention to with this one specifically. And like I said, I'm just going down the list to show you some of the stocks that are still performing without any correlation to, you know, whether or not the market goes down. But in comparison to how the markets are reacting, these are still performing pretty well, is what I'm looking at or looking for ultimately. This one seems like it correlates a little bit with the markets a little bit more. So if we see the markets pull back, it could lose some of that momentum. If I were to identify the long-term trend, you would see what I'm talking about by that, which would ultimately be something like this. Of course, I had that downward swing, broke that trend, but ultimately continued to move back above it and stuck true to it since. So let's see, we could build our channel off of that. Alrighty. Oh, nice. It gives me a time frame. I didn't do that before. And it shows me, oh, TradingView added something new to this. I like it. Nice. I love TradingView, man. It's easy to work with, visualize what you're trying to visualize. If I bring my indicators in here, you can see EMAs are looking strong on the daily. Of course, that is on the daily. This is the sideways, the trend we identified earlier. I would look for it to find support around this 465 due to that long-term trend. If it were to pull out at all or below, as you can see, below that right there, that 476, you look for support right around this area moving forward. I know these charts start to get all complicated looking and stuff like that, so I try to keep it clean and clear for you so you can get a clear view of what we're looking at. So that's what we're looking at with this one. It might trade sideways with the markets pulling back a little bit, and then bounce right back off of this to the upside of the trend. And if it does that, then we're looking at it potentially like 140 on the trade. So looks like you guys are falling off. Who all do we have still in here with me? If you guys are gonna fall off, then I will. Of course, this is all about y'all. So time is 8:15. Hey, what's up, Chad? All right. GLD. GILD. Let's look at her. Let's see what we got here, man. It seems like it's just... Oh, we actually got a few more people in here with us. I thought it was just us. I don't know if my my viewer counter is off sometimes, because sometimes there'll be people in here and it'll say nobody is here. GILD though, bouncing off a strong support level on that 61.77, but that's been due to the market pullback since we even hit those levels again. Of course, it's about 12 minutes from market open. I do want to pay attention to the SPY on these larger cap stocks like this, or at least larger stock price stocks, larger cap ultimately, but I just want to see, why is it coming down even though the SPY was picking up there is what we need to figure out here. See what news they're releasing. I like this long-term thing. Yeah, it's easier to trade that way. Showing some good EPS growth quarter over quarter. That's what we want to see. It's been positive since Q2 of 2020. Of course, everything took a hit then, but has shown some strength and growth. Q4 looked good, up to $1.23 earnings per share. Nice. Let's see if we can keep that going longer term. I'm not sure if you're looking at this longer term or not. Net profit margin showing growth as well. It looks like they're about to complete an acquisition of another company. I don't know why the news isn't causing that to jump. I would expect it to, for about 1.45 billion euros. That's weird that the price isn't reacting to that at all. Or it may be, it's just I'm not seeing it. Oh yeah, my trading view is spazzing out. It's not showing. You see, this is the 4th. We should actually be right here. So it sounds like I'm going to my Thinkorswim chart until I can figure out what's going on with trading view, because that's kind of irritating. It feels like I have wasted most of my time looking at stock prices that are not even where they're supposed to be at. Wonderful. 6275. Oh, it says it's at 6275. Weird. Anyways, yeah, I would expect this to move a little bit more after completing acquisition, unless it was already priced in. They announced that they were looking at doing this before, and interim safety and ongoing studies. Says companies in-flight connectivity high power transceiver successfully tested by Global Eagle Entertainment. Excuse me. Just trying to see what this pullback's about. Of course, they're calling this whole situation that we're going through in the market as the Great Rotation. I guess everything needs a name nowadays. When did it pull? When did it start pulling back? That was Tuesday? No, let's look at it longer term. There was a strong pullback on this that I saw, where it bounced up. Looks like it was a lot of expectations going into earnings. I mean, if it stuck true to this trend that it was in, that would be a great signal. Are you currently in this, Shad? Also, what's concerning me is, I'll point out a few things here. You're seeing this swing on the MACDs. Of course, my MACD and my volume weighted. And then the RSI as well is low, pretty low. This is the VWAMP. This is the, this is the standard RSI with implied volatility on it. And this is the VWAMP. I think it's a great time to get into it with, they're about to do a dividend though. So watch out for that, because that could pull back on it just a little bit. Yeah, it's one I sent you last night. I need to look back at your email. I haven't looked at them this morning. I was mainly focused on trying to find us some opportunities going into today. I'll definitely look at that email a little bit more for you. And we can actually, figure out a way to look at something like one-on-one, like if we do like a Facebook screen share or something like that. We can look at those individual stocks a little bit easier. because you're actually focused on doing it based on your current portfolio, um, and how to handle some of those trades. Where was I? Where was I? There it was. So let's do money volume. Yeah, it's already in line. So then what I'm gonna do is put you over here. Pop that like that. Thoughts on iTub? Got a $5 call for the 19th. Let's look at her. Ooh. Looks like you're not far from it. Pre-market sitting at 480. Reversed off that dropout from the past few days. Uh, the correlation here is what it's been sideways churning. It looks like it was affected by that deep down pull that we saw. This is beginning of February. I'm looking at the daily. I'm sorry. Let me look in a little bit closer, because I'm trying to see how these stocks are reacting to the market overall. The fact that there's this pullback at the end of January is what's catching my attention, and the fact that the SPY moved back up and it didn't correlate with that, but when the SPY moved down, it started to see some pressure. It broke out to 480 this morning in pre-market. Look at it on the 1 hour. Looks like I was basing this off of a fib retracement analysis, and let's see. I'm just doing my normal. So give me a second while I do that. Trying to figure out why I identified a fib retracement like this. So that makes sense. It might have been an accident. Anyways, I'll take it off, and I'll pull the SPY out because it's weighing down on it. But I'll pull these out. So I think I was looking at doing an alert on iTub back in like November. Of course, it didn't move much. Only about $1 since then. And then come in on the 1 hour. We'll do our analysis from scratch for you. Something to pay attention to is this key resistance level right here. As you can see, it was once resistance, played support, and once the stock broke below that price, it just gave out. Next one would be right around here as a great support level. When did you buy your call? Is my next question, Justin. I think it's a good play to, $5 call for the 19th, March 19th. Let's look a little bit lower in here. It's about right here. So longer term trend on the downside there. And then let's do our top line to see the channel that it's trading in. Time is July to November to now. Here, let's do it this way. January. Last week. If you did it last week, what was your looks like you should have got the option call pretty cheap then. I think you're gonna be good. I would base it off of, this is what I'll do. I'll base it off of this right here, this horizontal level that we identified, and this lower term. You did it for March 19th calls. And also, what was the price point that it was at when you bought it? Do you remember? It makes a difference. Ultimately, why is because of time decay. 14 cents on the contract. Oh, that's not bad. Let me pull it up here. Also, I have option contracts. Give me one second. So it's pulled back since then, down 55% right now. Yeah, I see that. It's odd. That gamma's so high on it. I'm kind of reluctant to say that it's going to go much higher than $5, unless they have some news I'm not aware of that's coming out, which is another thing I need to look at before I even speculate on this. Yeah, they haven't been very outspoken at all. She woke up?
Yeah, she was sitting straight up playing.
Oh my gosh.
Want me to show you the picture of it?
Yeah. Yeah.
She was smiling, just giggling. Wait,
Yeah, so one thing I want to show you about these options, bro. Are you pretty familiar with options, Justin? My next question. Jesus.
just like that.
She scared the hell out of me when I woke up this morning. She was sitting straight up next to me. I swear. Let's look on there. I'm trying to see why I shot straight up. It seems like it was just like a breakout after hitting that 464. Of course, we're about to open here in the next few minutes, so I'm really want to see if it's going to continue pushing higher for you. Level 2 looks good on it. Looks like people are waiting for it to get out of the 491. I'm just trying to figure out why that gamma's so high on it. The theta is pretty much 0, which is odd. Really odd. This whole chain is odd to me. New to options. Okay. Gotcha. Cool. So, with that being said, what made you pick this one specifically? The fact that you thought it was going to $5 and you just picked an option, picked that option due to that? Because the stock overall hasn't really, this is what I want to point out to you. Stock's pretty much been trading between $4 and about $6.50 for the past year. I know it's been down to like $3.50. So even if you said a $3 range, that's not a lot of volatility, right? Not a lot of price action to the upside, breakouts and stuff like that. Had strong resistance around that 650 level that I identified, 630 to be exact. So I wouldn't. When it comes to options, you profit most when the volatility is high. Volatility meaning the price ranges that it can jump between. So like, for instance, Tesla is a great example I can use for this. Although I don't like talking about Tesla too much. Not that I don't like the company. It's just people typically can't afford what it costs to trade Tesla. So it's terrible to focus solely on something nobody else can buy. But as you can see, this price gap just from the beginning of this year is about $26. So you have your delta, which is how much you make per dollar it moves. So when you look at Tesla options, and I'm going to use this as a perfect example so you can pick better options, okay, on better stocks too. Let this load up for a second. All right, so at a point, you simply just make an extra dollar for every dollar it goes up, right? Once you get so far in the money on these trades, and I'll spread this out a little bit for us because this is what I want to focus on with you, since you're going into trading options. And eventually that starts to go down. So to buy this option is $4,000 for one option. Has a $55 per dollar move that it makes. And if we have a $221 gap, from there you would make $50 times $221 if Tesla were to jump back up to 884. So I'm ultimately using this example is because you want to find stocks with high volatility. And I actually built a scanner for me to find it myself. Did the market just open? Yes, it did. What am I looking like? Of course, F sells down. Before I get into that any deeper, let's see what the markets are doing real quick because I really was interested in whether or not we're going to continue moving back to the upside or if we're going to see some rejections down here. And that makes a difference. As you can see, we have our path already drawn. I want to see if it breaks through that path or if it sticks to it actually. And it would be crazy if I was right on point with this, but looks like it's opening up higher. Most people would take this as a signal to make calls on it. I would wait. And honestly, watch for this channel right here that it's trading in. Let me set it up for you. As you can see, we've been trading in a downward channel within that channel. That's what I've been trying to get you guys to focus on. And identifying when we're going to actually reverse is a lot easier now that we have identified that channel to the downside. We can kind of expect, okay, if the price hits this line and bounces up, we're going back to the upside. If it hits the line and bounces down, we're continuing down. And just kind of play it that way. I do want to do this for you guys. Publish SPY trend. March. 2021. I will share this with you all, and that way you can use it to your own benefit. Simple chart to track SPY and potential reversals. Now, when I send you this link, it'll have a button on it that says "Make it mine." I'm not sure if it's going to, if you are going to need a, if you're going to need a TradingView account to use this, but if anything, I think you should be able to view it. It's gonna have my indicators in there. Yeah. Okay. So what you can do, you can play with this chart, and you can press this play button, and it'll load the bars moving forward to see how well it stuck to the trend for you, just moving forward. So I want to share this with you guys. Check the chat. I'm not sure if there's a better way for me to send this to you. Let me know. I'll send it to you. But that way you have this to use. I'm not sure if you can go in here and like hide indicators or anything like that. Let me see how that reacts from a new person looking at it. Okay, so apparently it's not going to let you like make it yours, what it's called. Let me see, make it mine. Yeah, you have to have an account to do it. But you can at least view the chart and just, you know, if you want to bookmark it somewhere, feel free to do that, and you can basically track this going forward. Looks like we're hitting 383, trying to break out above that. Let's see how if we do go up, let's see how we react to the 383.50. It's a key level of support we needed to keep yesterday, but it ultimately broke down a few times, and that's basically what landed us here today in this particular predicament. So if it does hit that 350, then I'm probably going to be looking at shorting the SPY all the way back down to about the 374s. It's about a $6 jump. Yesterday I think it fell $3, and I missed a 96% return on my option trade. Really hurt my feelings because I thought I was reversing. I rejected and came right back into this trend that we were trading in. FSL looks like it picked up just a little bit this morning. I'm still down 10% on it, down 12% on Mogo. Still highly looking forward to holding those longer term, but also trying to find some better positions on them as well and get out of them. I'm going to go ahead and recalibrate my personal account. So I'm getting ready to short the SPY, I think. And even if it breaks above 383.50, we still got to get above that that 36 to $37 level. And outside of this trend, it might tip out of the trend just a little bit, but you got to be careful. So I'm gonna have enough money to the side where I can potentially short the SPY, let it fall, and then catch it on the down end and buy a call for it to reverse back up off the bottom side of this trend. And that's basically how I'm quote unquote hedging my account. Looks like I need to get out of some of these up here. E-Core still positive on it, although it pulled back all the way to my entry. I'm going to go ahead and close that out before I lose anything else. ANTE still positive on it. I'm basically clearing my account because I feel like the market's going to pull back so far that we're potentially going to lose any profits that we've already gained, all on top of the losses that we're taking at the same time. Like Neo is killing me. It's at $40 and what is Neo sitting at? 42.08. Okay. Strong bounce on the open. I wonder why. I might hold on to that then. Let's see. Neo. It bounced off of the $40 to $42 this morning. Tesla bounced pretty hard this morning too, on open. See what the SPY's doing. What do you think about Alibaba? Baba. Let's look at her. Alibaba is a conglomerate. Buying these cheap prices like this is definitely great for the long term. Perfect example, Justin. I'm not sure if you're still here with us, right? So, for one, we've been tracking the market to identify the ups and downs in it, right? So, we could do one of two things. We could get longer term option trades on some of these stocks, such as, for instance, Alibaba. The reason being is because it has a literally almost $100 spread in between where it currently is and where it's been over the past what is that, 4 or 5 months. So you can do like a 6 month to a year long type option trade, but those cost so much the further you get out. So you can basically ride the intraday swings, looking at it from the 1 hour and things of that nature, and see how it's trading from there. And of course, we would need to do our analysis on what price levels we're trading in and stuff like that, which would be around between the 240 and looks about right here. I would say there. Dipped down below it a few times, but stood strong pretty much for the most part around the 225. So markets, let me make sure I have the markets pulled up somewhere so I can continue watching them before I say any directional option trades. So there's basically some resistance that we're coming up to around we're currently at 383.19 on the market. A margin pulled cash off the table consistently from last year's. And then let's pull that out so I can see. No, I didn't want to pull everything out. I want to pull my indicators out. Look at that rejection on the SPY right there around the 383.50s. I think I'm about to go short the SPY. So, in me doing my SPY trade, I'm looking out about 7 days. I'll give it a week. No, wrong one. Either 7 to 14 days is what I look for when I'm trading the SPY. And I'm shorting it to 377. That's my expectation. Everybody's shorting the SPY apparently. You can tell what direction people think stocks are going to go. I'm actually going to buy. I'm only going to risk $100 on this and buy a 361 put option to the downside. But I'm trying to make sure that the SPY is not going to bounce up higher where I can buy these cheaper first. So I'm not just going to jump into the trade immediately, but I know what my target is. And this is in my personal account. Currently looks like it's trading above the alright, I'm about to do this. Let's see. What's my 1 minute? Might break trend though, so kind of being cautious. Don't want to be too quick on the triggers. 1 minute momentum showing reversal. 10 minutes showing topping out. Alright, I'm gonna do it. Did it fill my order? But back to your answer about Alibaba, man. I think it's the green buy zone right here that we're in. As you can see, at the beginning of the year, we were at these price levels. Didn't go much further above them, but if the SPY continues moving down to the downside, let's see. We can see some pressure pushing back down on this more, so you might be able to capture this around the 225. 225 is a very key level of support here, J-Dub. Just to answer your question, ultimately, I know I got kind of carried off with options and stuff like that, so my apologies, but just filled my order on it, and it's coming down. As soon as it filled my order, it started pulling back a little bit on us, so let's see what happens with that. Jobless claims for February was right under estimates. Initial jobless claims were a little bit under estimates, and labor costs was a little bit under estimates. But be careful with these job numbers too, because they account for the amount of existing jobs, and a lot of business has shut down. So, or it's weird. There's a calculation, and I need to go into more depth before I even try to speculate on it. But just be careful how you read them. SPY pulling back on us, so I don't know if you guys want to follow me on some of these option trades so you can kind of understand what I'm doing here, and we can follow it throughout the process. With the SPY, I just bought a short-term option contract on the SPY for $98, 8 days out. It's a 12 March 21 361 put on the SPY, already going positive, pulling back as we speak on the 5 minute, showing some momentum loss coming in on the 10 minute. That's ultimately what we want to see. It seems like it's sticking true to that short term. Let's see. There you go. Get a clear eye view. So it rejected off that top line trend line that I identified earlier. Precisely. And let's see how it reacts moving forward. I'm not going to say that it's going to stick to it. It can bounce back to the upside. I think it saw a big push due to those initial jobless report numbers, or job report numbers overall. Saw that bounce, but, wasn't strong enough to push it above those levels currently, as of right now, at least. Seeing this coming back down to, 379s. I might catch it around the 378 on the reversal and put in a call and catch some money on the upside. I used to trade the SPY day in, day out like this, just so I can learn how to, like I said before, identify these swings a little bit better, play market down swings properly in order to hedge my accounts. I can buy some of these stocks cheap, even with the market continuing to pull down, not buying a lot of the shares at one time, but, one at a time, day by day, buying another and another and another, while also shorting the SPY when it's coming down like it is,
and gathering more profits to keep continuously buying these other stocks that I want to hold longer term, one by one, off the profits that I'm making just off the short and the because I'm not only doing puts on it, I'm also doing calls on it on the reversals back to the upside. And we're currently midway in this the longer term trend that we identified in the downward channel. These two green lines here, we're currently in the middle of that, so this could easily pop up on me and bounce back to the upside of the trend. So what I'm looking for is I'm going to spend about $200 to $250 on the spot a day, and $100 towards the downfall, and then another $100 to $150 towards the high side, moving back up. So that's what I'm looking for here. And this is in my personal account too. This is where I exercise most of the things that I tell you guys about, or that I suggest in our trade discussions. So ultimately, I'm recalibrating my entire my MI portfolio, and looking back at older trades that we had, the older trade alert system that I was using because it worked so well before. I just started losing because I was trying to identify more and more things. So let's look at the SPY again. Look at that drop. Nice. Winning. Winning. Pull back my indicators here. Started showing an EMA crossover. Got rejected. Look at that. Blow. So I'm looking for 378 incoming. About 378. Bounce off of that back to the 381s. I bought my option right up here at the 383 levels, right before it went below 383. Seen some strong pullbacks on it, so I expect I can look at every other stock on the market right now and probably see some pullbacks. While you guys are still here, since you guys are still here, I can look at a few more. And what I'll do is I'll just do this for a split second. I'm gonna step away for a minute. But I want to let you see this. I'm not sure how well you can. I hope it's big. I wish I could make it big enough for you. Bigger for you. I'm going to let this run for a minute. Where is it? That one there. And we'll also be watching the SPY. I want to watch the SPY with you guys. Look at that. 380. Winning. So, I always encourage, trading the SPY to learn how it moves and get used to those trends a little bit better so that you can fully understand, how to better position yourself in other stocks ultimately and finding and capturing the right opportunities to hop in them. This is what I'm going to do. So I'll have the SPY sitting here for a second, and then I'll have this watch list you can be looking at on some of the trades that have some potential to get in right now. We were looking at some of these this morning. I'm going to put the market change right here, and I'm going to actually sort it by market change for you. Now, these are stocks that are moving when the SPY is pulling back, mind you. And that's what we've been trying to identify ultimately is those stocks that are doing that. Looks like the SPY is trying to reverse just a little bit. But we are seeing some momentum loss on the larger time frames. So even though if it reverses just a little bit, look at that rejection right there on that 30-minute. Those are key. That's why I use the 13, 34, and 55 EMAs because they identify these so well. You can see the 34 played a large part. Let me move this stuff out of the way so you can actually see the chart. The 34 played a large part in this rejection when we saw a pullback. Same thing on the 13s down here as we rode the trend downward, and it also works the same way to the top side. They just work so well with identifying potential rejections and continued pressure to the downside. Looks like we were trying to go green there a little bit off of market open due to the job loss numbers, unemployment numbers rather, not job loss, unemployment numbers, and how they're a little bit better than expected. But 15 minutes showing downtrend. So I expect the larger time frames to follow. But like I said, give me just a minute. I'll be right back. Let me know who all's in here. Let me know if you are interested in looking at any of these trades in the chat real quick. If you can just give me a minute. And if you'll go ahead and put those in the chat, then we'll look at those. Alrighty. Pull back on me a little bit. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. Anyways. Any trades you guys want to look at? I see nobody put anything in the chat, so we'll go back through some of these while we're watching the spot as well. Ultimately, I'm looking at these at the 1 and 4 hours for anybody that's new. Why I feel like these are good trades to get into. The fact that they're pulling up while the stock's pulling down, they have some strong momentum. As you can see, some large buying volume in this one specifically. This is ticker SBS. I would probably trade this. Let me pull my indicators out real quick. Up to, I would expect this to hit about the 736. Can you check Ajax? Sure. This is our current price range that is trading in between the 604 736, a little bit higher than what I would want to get into the trade, but definitely something to look at. Ajax seems like it's pulling down with the markets, so that's kind of concerning with the fact that we think the markets are going to continue pulling down J-Dub. So something to pay attention to for sure. I can look into some news on it too, but I'm also looking for some of these other opportunities while they're here. Let me see. I also need to handle my other account real quick, if you don't mind. Man, ASRT was actually doing well for me. It's down $172. Getting out of ASRT. I need to be updating everybody at the same time. Go ahead and get out of Neo. Pull back a little bit. So I currently have some longer-term calls on OEG for $5 calls. It's down. It's down right now about 20-30%, but it's looking like it's picking back up. Of course, I'm expecting the markets to continue moving to the downside, so I'm kind of concerned with that. I'm going to buy some of these trades that we're looking at this morning, see how I fare with those. To kind of
try to pick up some of these losses that I've taken. I just bought RETO and gonna sell for a quick profit, hopefully. All right, let's look at her. Nice. Nice. I like it. I'm pulling my indicators. Yeah, nice swing. What I would pay attention to though, just to go ahead and look at our price levels on it. I'm gonna go ahead and pull the SPY back out of here real quick. Is pay attention to how it reacts to the 220 levels. You see it kind of bounced above it and fell back down. We bought $500 worth at 195. Nice entry on it. It's about this price level here. What I can do is we can track those with a long position here. Moving forward, so everybody can see how well you did. I would see if we break above the 220, if we can get back to those 366s. I would pay attention to support level around the 168 if we were to go down that far. There he goes. So I like the trade. I mean, it's a nice setup. Broke out to 366 back on the 22nd of February. Has since consolidated. Good find here, Shad. Let me see. Let me get out of OLTK is bouncing back this morning just a little bit. Currently down $100 on it, but like I said, I'm repositioning my entire portfolio. So. Y'all bear with me just a second. Any other ones you want to look at? I'm going to keep going down the list. Otherwise, GBR was on here. Looks like it's pulling down though. No, it hit back. MXE. Spotty looking trade, so I don't know about that one. DHC. I want to see what the SPY's at real quick. 380.21. Nice. Winning on those spot calls pretty heavy, up about 50%. I mean, I said SPY calls, SPY options, put options, that is, up 42% now, bounced back a little bit. Let's see what the indicators are showing us. This could rebound here, actually, based on what the MACD is showing on the 1 minute. But I don't really like to base my trades off the 1 minute. So I like the longer time frames because they tell you the overall momentum. And pulling back on the 30 minute, as you can see, it just went light green right there on the MACD. So we could continue curling down. 1 hour. 1 hour looks like it's trying to prop up though, so that's something I'm going to keep in mind. I said I was going to get in the SBS. It's currently at 678. I need to do my calculations. SWN, okay. I like that it's at these lower support levels, but it looks like we might be losing momentum in the stock to the downside. Did you already get a position in this? Just won a sales contract. Got you. Let's look at some DD on it then. Um, are you looking at getting into SWN, J-Dub, or did you already? See those rejections on the SPY right here? Off that 13 EMA? Looks like the 13 was trying to break back up above the 34, but ultimately was rejected. Sold last week thinking of getting back in. Okay. Just be careful with it. Know your levels. We can identify them with you. It looks strong on the 30 minute. Oh, yeah, he's calling me about that phone, I bet. Broke out pretty well, but was rejected off the 34 top line, actually. Off of the 55 top EMA. Hey, what's up, man? Not much on a live stream right now. I'll get. Yeah, I think I found that laptop for you. I have to get it sent over. All right, I'll hit you back. But as far as the technical analysis on this support that I would pay attention to, I always do it further back to see how it's reacted to these levels. It's at 393, J-Dub. So see if we can get back to those levels at all. I'm not saying it is. Momentum swing to the downside, though, on the lower time frames means that it could be. But it could, take off from here as well around this 398 level, which is only 5 cents above what we're looking at. So look anywhere between the 393 and the 398 and make sure we stay above the 393 moving forward. Going back to RETO just to see how it's performing for you. Up to 216. Retesting those 220s. That's what we want to see. Looking at some of these other trades that you guys asked about. Ajax. Currently downtrend. Let's see if we can identify some support levels for potential buy zone in some of this. Really breaking my heart here by breaking below these support levels that go all the way back to before 2021, about December. It's below that 1116. It could rebound and find resistance at that 1116 and continue to drop. I want to go back to the SPY right quick because I have an active trade in it, hitting 379, up 56% or 60% on my put option on it. So now you can see like the money that I'm going to make off of this, I can put towards a potential investment that I'll hold long term. Might only get a few shares out of something like this. Of course, this is on my personal account. Trying to actually do 3 things at one time. Trying to look at the trades you guys are working on and also trade my MI account. And then my personal account at the same time. So I'm all over the place. Excuse me. But just something I'd like to identify, on the 1 minute, it was showing a potential reversal. But overall, the longer time frames is what you want to pay attention to. Specifically the 10, the 15, the 30, and the 1 hour for sure, intraday. Looking at longer terms, I look at the 4 hour and the dailies. And even the weeklies on like large cap stocks. Currently still up 58% on my put options on the SPY right now. Like I said, I feel like this is going back to at least 337 or 378. Want to see how it reacts to that 378 23 level. And the reason I'm focused mainly on the SPY right now is because of the fact that everything else is getting weighed down, so we could find some better opportunities. Give me just a second. I'll be right back. Looks like it's bouncing off of that 379.49 level right now, which is where it currently stopped previously. But just because it's bouncing off of it doesn't mean we might not get rejected again below it. Going back on some more of these trades you guys were looking at. GLID. Bouncing pretty heavy to the upside this morning. Up about $2. Just to give you an overall overview of it, what we were looking for is how it reacts next to this 64.14. If we hit it and get rejected right there, it could come back down. I want to see how it correlates with what the SPY is doing too. It is trying to pull up above what the SPY is actually doing, so something to pay attention to. That this could continue moving higher even though the SPY is pulling down, which is a good thing because the overall markets have been weighing down on a lot of the stocks we've been in and watching. Trying to recalibrate my account now. So still looking into getting. Let me go back to the SPY because I need to actually actively watch it for myself right now. Breaking below that 379.49 level that I identified a second ago could go back to 378.73 or 23 next. That's based on the 4 hour. Looks like we're trying to potentially swing on the 1 hour, but it could get rejected. As you can see, the 30-minute is showing a downswing, continued downswing. Typically, one thing I want to point out to you guys is when you see the RSI, I actually gauge my RSI off the 25 and the 75. When you actually add it to your chart, it's typically set by default to 30 and 70, but I do 25 and 75 to actually show stronger signals for me. And what I've learned about most stocks, that once they go into an oversold status or even an overbought status, they'll bounce out of it and then bounce right back down at a lower price point. So that'll help you identify better entries when something is either to the upside or better exits on the downtrend. If you see something go into oversold status on a particular time frame that you're tracking the trade on, expect it to bounce out of it a little bit and then break back down below. A little bit more for a lower price point. Then you can get a great entry into it. As you can see, the SPY is now below that 379.49 level. It went oversold actually on the 30-minute and pre-market session, bounced up pretty heavy back to near the 383, above the 383, and now we're back below the 379. That's a perfect example of what I'm talking about with the RSI, where it'll bounce into that zone and out, and the same to the top. If it's going into an oversold status, it'll hit that 70 to 75 level and then break back down and then continue pushing back up above it. And at that time, the stock price is actually still going up, even though the RSI is pulling back. So something to pay attention to there. Looks like we're about to break 33.79. I'm currently up 77% on that option trade. Look at that. Down we go. Looking for momentum swings on the lower time frames. I do watch for that. I don't base my determinations off of it, but I do watch for that for smaller time frame reversals that will affect the overall projection. But as you can see on the 10, 15s, we're showing downtrend on the MACDs and stuff like that. We're looking at it to hit that 378, 23 level before we bounce. Let's look at the 30-minute to see if we're coming out of that RSI. We're actually going back into oversold status
on the 30 minute. So this could actually reverse on me here. And if I got out of the trade right now, I wouldn't be mad. I'm up 75% on it, 77%, just as we were talking. But I'm ultimately looking forward to hit those 378.23 levels going into today. As you can see, we're seeing some sell volume pick up on the SPY. And I'm mainly focused on this for the simple fact that we're actively trading it with you guys live, so you can kind of see how we're hedging the markets, hedging our portfolio to account for any losses that we're taking on our long-term bets that we expect to, overall overcome these market downturns. They're currently calling it the Great Rotation, and you're seeing a lot of rotation out of tech stocks into smaller value stocks, and that's not a bad idea to follow as a individual, but I still think the longer term stocks that we have in our portfolio are going to work very well. I'm up 81%, considering pulling out here, but I'm not going to get ahead of myself too quick unless I start seeing signals on the top time frames, which are still showing me reversals to the downside, continued pressure to the downside. The overall past 30 minutes has been strictly selling on the SPY and picking up, actually. 15 minutes is showing other signals. It shows that if you look in here a little bit, I'll try to get rid of some of this stuff on some of these lines real quick so you can kind of see. We're seeing the sell volume pick up on the SPY, so I'm expecting it to continue pushing down, but we might be reversing on the 1 minute, or we might hit that 13 EMA, see a rejection and pull back down some more. I think I'm going to go ahead and close this once it hits 75%, which it just did. And I might be preparing myself for a potential reversal. Of course, my TDA freezes on me. 169. See what the 5 minutes showing us. So it looks like we're trying to stay strong above the 379 at least. So today is the sea of red. Yeah. You're going to see it across the markets because the SPY is pulling down. And even though the SPY picks back up a little bit, I want to see this. Look at that rejection. Told you. You got to watch those 13 EMAs. They're key, bro. I mean, of course, this can bounce back up above it. It's just going to take a little turn to do it. But that's what I watched for. This was telling me that this was picking back up. And as soon as we hit that level, rejection. Might pull back down a little bit. I might be able to snatch some of these profits off of this at the lower end. Look at that bounce. Yeah, see. It's fun to watch. Most definitely. I want to see if we're going to keep seeing these rejections to the downside or not. See what the 5 minutes showing us real quick. Looks like we're kind of leveling off here. Yeah, I've seen some buying spikes come back in, so buying starting to pick back up. I'm gonna go ahead and get out of the trade. Man, it's playing with my emotions, but ultimately, I think it's going to. I think we're still going back down, so I'm kind of being patient there. I don't want to get too far ahead of myself. Key levels we're paying attention to here are right around. Let me pull my indicators out so we can identify it a little bit better. No, pull everything out, please. If we break below 378.76, we're continuing to the downside. It's the same trend we saw yesterday, where we hit this level, it bounced back up about $3, or actually, not yesterday. I'm sorry. This was back at the end of February, where we saw this pull back. Ultimately, though, we're in a downward pressure zone, continuing to the downside. Let me see where my put option is. Still up 60% on it. kind of holding a little bit. 72% to be exact still. Not trying to jump out ahead of myself. As you can see, we're seeing those rejections I was talking about off that 13 MA. Saw a short swing to the upside, went oversold, like I said, and I'm expecting it to go back into that status again. And at that time is when I'm probably going to look at getting out of my put option and a potential reversal, unless we just break down below that 879. That's what I'm going to watch moving forward. At 879. Let me get my magnet back on here. I don't expect to hold this beyond, too much longer. There's that rejection I was referring to. Right on key. And at this time, this is a key moment too, because with that downward pressure momentum, we could easily break below that 378.85 and continue moving down. So that's the concern here, and it's going to weigh down on the rest of your portfolios. So I mean, there's multiple options. You can hold through the downturns. You can lower your risk by getting out of some of the trades, not all the way, but just some of the position, and then reallocating that position at a lower level. Seems to be bouncing strongly off that 378.85. But the downward trend is just, it might be too overwhelming to keep it above those levels, but I'm definitely watching it. Up 80% now on that one option call. Really interested in seeing what goes on right now and how it reacts, because normally when we break these key support levels, the algos kick in and they start, taking a dump on the market. See what happens though. Gosh, this market is going down, buying stocks on a bigger account. Yep. I don't know, OSHA, if you're in here with us, but that's what I've been trying to watch out for. This is why I've been so focused on it and trying to help you guys identify things like this so that we can be prepared for these moments, to learn how to hedge our bets on top of, finding opportunities that are still moving through the stock market. That's the main goal here, ultimately. Let me pull up our quotes real quick. As you can see, my scanner is becoming very small now. SBS still on the chart, or on the list. Breaking below that 379 or 378.79 level. Up 89% on my option. From a personal level, I only need to make $108 a day. That's it. So I'm easily looking at making that in this one trade this morning, and I could quit trading for the rest of the day. Meaning I'm up $87.50 on this one option. I don't have anything else on my personal account. As soon as this hits 108, I can call it a day and get out of the trade. Or I can pull out of this, try to look for an option call to the upside. As you can see, we are breaking below those levels, unfortunately. That's going to weigh down on us. I want to see if we find a resistance at those levels now, or if we're able to break through and find support. That's when I'll probably get out of the trade. This is the same trade I missed yesterday. This 96% jump. Currently up 89.29%. Look at that, falling. But we're riding that lower trend line too, so that's something to pay attention to. Is from that point of view, I don't know why it looks like that, but ultimately I'm looking at about like I said earlier, the 378.23s, but it looks like we might be reversing here. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and get out. Go ahead and capture those gains. You can basically say 78% on my personal goal for the day. Of course, it's not selling it. Why? My TDA is giving me issues this morning. Oh, I just missed that. Are you serious? Oh well. Let's see what we're looking like on the 1 minute. There we go. Come on back to Papa. Yeah, it looks like I'm on a flip. I will be flipping here. Depending on, once again, I'm going to check my longer time frames first before I make that decision. Because I could actually make more than what I'm shooting for off of this. Ugh. It did not sell it. I need to have this like readily available on my cell phone because I think I'm pushing too much processing power even out for my iMac. And that's causing me issues here. Oh, back to 380 already. Come on back down a little bit for me. Let's see if we get a rejection off that 34 EMA. If we don't, then I'm definitely getting out. Patience, 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 patience. See how it acts to that 380.08 real quick. If we bounce above it too strong, then I'm gonna go ahead and close this. Got my finger on the trigger. But ultimately that could be the rejection back to the downside a little bit for me. I can capture some of those gains I missed because my computer wanted to freeze up on me. And there it goes. Trying to test those levels now. Looking like we're getting some slight rejections though, so not gonna freak out. I'm not gonna freak out or anything. There we go. Come on. Come to Papa. Who all do we got in here still? I see we got Alan, J-Dub, Shad, Justin. Y'all still here? Suave, you still here? All right. Back to about 70% on the trade. I believe. Let me. Up 65%. I'll take that back. Reframe. Let's see. Cool, Reg. What's up, Reg? Glad to have you back, bro. We're watching the spot right now. If there's any trades you want to look at, we can. I have this scanner list over here on the side running right now, looking at the spot because I'm actively trading an option on it. I wanted to kind of do an active trade with you guys and then basically identifying my entries and exits on it and stuff like that, so you can kind of see it live and what I'm doing. And why I'm not, basically jumping to conclusions. As I told some of you guys yesterday, I missed out on like 96% trade yesterday because I thought the market was reversing on me and blah, blah, blah. But it's basically just being patient and watching. SBS still looks like it's still on the list. I want to see what it's doing. Pulled back just a little bit, but the EMAs are showing potential signs of a breakout. Now this could pull back to about the 650 though, so watch out for that. Excuse me. Oh, there it goes. I'm getting out. I'm getting out, and I'm gonna flip my trade. Like I said, always look at the longer time frames here. As you can see, still showing some weakness on the 15. And to verify that, we saw some pullbacks yesterday, but right here is what I would pay attention to. Here, back connection today. Understood, bro. Oh, getting out of it. And I could go in. I ended up making about 40% off that trade, 50% off the trade. Not sure if I'm doing any trading today. Sure. Completely understand. I'm actually simultaneously working on clearing positions in my account, repositioning myself on some other trades that I'm finding in the markets that we've been looking at all morning. Plugs burning me. I'm gonna go ahead and get out of it too. I'm getting out of pretty much almost everything that I set myself up for, to be honest. Down too heavy. Well, then sell my stuff. Nice bounce off the SPY. We could see some of these stocks that you may have picking back up. Look at that. That was a great call, dude. Rito back to 241. Broke above that 220, man. So you should be up 195 to 241, about 50 cents, right? Which you bought, so that'll be, you're up about what, 25 cents, 25% on the trade? Is that correct? Jesus. Was Neo really at $38 or around that price? Bounce back. So 39. See, this is what I was worried about, is the market's pulling back at these rates, pulling down on some of these, and then people start seeing these stocks pick back up. They're going to automatically start jumping into them and thinking that it's recovering and stuff like that, and then the market continues pulling back to the downside. Of course, the SPY is doing what right now? Rejecting off of the 13. So I actually could jump back in this and buy another put option on this and win some more to the downside. Of course, I'm going to wait to see if it jumps up a little bit higher than 381, maybe like 380, above 380, about 381. Or if it's just going to actually continue back to the upside. It looks like we're finding some momentum on the lower time frames, and the 1 hour was sticking out to me before, where this could potentially bounce and gap back up strong enough to go back to the top of this trend, and I would get like a $6 gain on it if it did. Anytime I'm trading the SPY, I use this trading log. I haven't been using it enough because I wasn't planning on trading the SPY as much as I have been, but let's have a look at it. Oh wow, didn't know you could do that. Moves the group closed. VIX is up 2%. I need to start tracking that stuff. That's what I need to start doing. Market open. It's 9:32. SPY 380.09. How do I want to play this? I'm looking at right now. I'm looking at reversing from my put options to calls on buying a 370 or March 10th, 21, 387 call option. Now, because I expect this to start reversing where we start retesting the top side of that trend line. And the trend line being this, ultimately this here, this green downward trend. We're midway in between this channel we've been trading in, which is perfect opportunity for it to bounce back to the upside. We are looking at stimulus from the Senate this week being voted on. Some of the comments in the chat group, bro. Killing me. Let me look at this. Where are we at? 177. I'm kind of seeing. Yeah, I think I'm going to go with it. Let me not think. Let me confirm. I'm going to go with it because this could easily. So, this is my determination if I'm going to make that call or not. I know I have a ton of horizontal lines and stuff in here. I need to clear some of this up so we can kind of actually look at it a little bit better. I'm going to focus on my indicators first and foremost, and that being on the 30-minute. This could bounce back up easy for me to like 381 and then reject and come back down. It could just drop out right now. As you can see, the 15 is alluding to that occurring, but actually kind of showing signs of reversal. Longer time frames, we got a gap to fill at least to about 382.23, and showing that swing. We're riding the bottom of the RSI. Looks like though that sell volume is picking up over buying volume, so that's a big concern if I'm going to be making a call option here. I'm just kind of seeing how they correlate. So 5 minutes showing a breakout to the upside. 1 minute shows that we're already conducting that breakout. As you can see, the EMAs are crossing. If I'm going to make this trade now, I need to, and I'm looking at it from this prospect. Look at that, it's already taken off. All right, so I missed my opportunity. I bet I missed my opportunity to buy this. Yep, just walked by me. As I'm sitting here talking, I do want to see how it reacts to those 380 though, that 380.94s, or 381.08, excuse me, to be correct. I know my charts end up ending like looking crazy full, but this is me actively trading, paying attention to certain key levels. Of course, the uptrend is showing that we will break through that level, and I think once it does, it'll explode a little bit. 10 minute looking sweet, but ultimately what I'm looking for is how it reacts to the top trend of this semi downward trend level within the overall longer term level like I said before. 1 hour showing that we could continue back to the upside, but there's just some things we need to confirm there. But yeah, this is what my charts end up looking like as I'm actively trading things. I won 118 on Rito. It's dropping a bit now. You only paid what? I mean, so you made about 20% on the trade. Is that right, Shad?
I know a lot of people are just kind of sitting on the sidelines. I don't blame you. But if there are any other trades that you're wanting to look at, potentially getting into, if the markets do pull back up at all, I feel like it's a short-term pull. Don't be deceived by it. I'm currently getting out of all of my positions, taking the losses I have, reconfiguring my entire portfolio. I know there's stocks in there that I've been preaching about that I'm holding long-term, this and that, but I just need to reposition myself. I've taken losses on my account that I'm not comfortable with. Some things I am holding, some things on my personal account. Currently just trading options on the SPY because of the volatility in it and the profits that can be captured there. Let's see where we're at. Yeah, I think the opportunity I was going to take walked straight out the door on me. I don't see this going back to 390. I'm not buying that. So I think what I'm going to have to do, since I missed the opportunity I was going to spend on this on my personal account, I'm going to wait for it to tap this top line again, see how it reacts to it, while I'm over here reconfiguring the rest of my account. I will be looking at some of these over here. I see some more symbols popping up on here. I want to take a look at them while I'm waiting on those opportunities to unfold. BRFS broke out to 410 today. Looks like it might be retesting the 440s. 443 to be exact. Has some issues getting above that. It's almost like a setup like Eurito, Shad. Genus. Nice. Has some work to do, of course. Let's see what work it has to do. Hide indicators. Focus on that. Looks like it has some issues there. And ultimately at 204. Jada. Oh, are you a part of the chat group there, buddy? Because somebody was supposed to do that off the GameStop pop the other day. I think he was like one of the only people holding GameStop when it actually ran the other day, but we're not sure if he held strong or, that's my whole thing. If you're up crazy amount of money, lock in your money. Genus broke above 175, finding support there. Let's see if it continues to. I'm still readjusting my entire portfolio here, so I'm not buying into anything right now. I was doing well on ZOM, it pulled back on me, unfortunately. Let's see what the SPY is doing. Yeah, you and me both. AMC, GME. I was really interested in KOSS. But yeah, I agree with you, man. Totally agree. Winning. There's so many times in a day I want to get rid of my trend lines so I can look at the overall performance of the trade a little bit better. But then I tell myself that'd be dumb. So if I would have bought that option though, I can't pull that up. Let me see. There it is. Option chain. What I was looking at on the SPY.
was this option on the reversal that we were looking at. Let me see. I was looking at 12 March 21s. I was going to buy the 387. Wait, was that what I was looking at? Hold on, let me make sure. 10 March 21s. I'm sorry. Let me not misguide you. They were currently sitting at 177 when I was looking at them. They're currently at 201 right now. Since I'm now focused back solely on a market pullback and continued pullback, I'm going to spend that same 181 around here, around the 373 levels. I'll make $26 for every dollar down. I expect it to jump to 382 and then pull back to 378. So that'll give me another 80 to $120, $110 on the trade. Rito goes to Mars, not the moon, Mars. We're going straight to Mars, buddy. Now, to identify the reversal in this is ultimately once the price gets back above the EMAs, what you're seeing right here. And we haven't seen that but a few times in the past few weeks. We saw it on the 24th. We saw it on the 1st. Other than that, it traded into the 2nd. And once it broke down below it, we've been in this downtrend. Strong support level around the 379, 70s, 80s. Bouncing strong off of that. Currently in a semi-down channel within the long-term down channel it's been trading in. What we're focusing on is trying to identify the reversal CCIV recovering. Really now. CCIV is stupid cheap. Stupid cheap. $24. Man. Woof. I think we're looking at it yesterday, me and one of the premium members, and we decided to get out around the $28 level. Got out of ATUB for 14%. Did it bounce? Nice. Or it was bouncing this morning, right? Is that what it was? Also, if you have a position on these stocks, please give us your price average and your just your price average. We don't even need to notice the size of the actual position. Let me go back to the spot. 382, about to hit that 381, 82, excuse me, about to hit that 382 level. See what happens. Currently in that semi-trend, downtrend at the top of it. Or making its way there. What I can do is I can do this. I found out that you can group these. So if anything, I can hide them. I think as a group. Blow! Look at that. Looks so much cleaner. Looks so much cleaner. I'm gonna make another group with these. Alright. And that will be my downward trend. Trend lines that I'll pay attention to. Actually, I'm gonna make that separate. I'm gonna keep that separate. I'm gonna do another group with that one. So if we break out of that trend, then I can automatically where's the bottom line one? There it is. So that one and that one. Oh no, not what I was trying to do. There we go. So I'm gonna rename this overall downtrend or a larger time frame downtrend, and then shorter time frame downtrend. Price ranges. And what I'll do is I'll go in even more and dissect those price range, that price range group, to basically find my key levels that matter the most. Mostly key levels of support and stuff like that. 382.26. Let's look at that option I was going to buy. Currently at 221, I would have made $40-$50 off the option trade. Would have been well over my daily minimum on my personal account. Like I said, I was looking at these right here to buy into. As you can see, they're dropping below the levels I want. Ultimately, I want to see probably around these areas, somewhere around here at 376. I want that below. I was going to put 188 on my next contract ultimately. So, but I don't think I'm going to get there. So right now, with that amount of money that I'm looking at putting towards this next move, it'll be between the 371 and 372 put options. If we see rejection off of this shorter term time frame trend to the downside, and this is all intraday trades. I'm not expecting to hold these into tomorrow, so theta doesn't affect me, and the SPY can ultimately burn you overnight. You can think that it's stuck in this downtrend, and then the next day we're completely in a whole nother pattern. Seen that all too much. Really, this isn't too bad. Last year, market removed 1 year gains on majority of stocks. That is true, O'Shea. Market snatched up January Biden gains. Yeah, it did. With ease. With these, you're able to buy some of these stocks all at prices that were all the way back to like June, July, right now. Workhorse being one of those. Of course, it lost a large contract, which is why it's in that position. Let's see how our coffee and stocks are doing. I'm pretty sure they're not faring too well. Let's see which ones out of them are performing well. BGI, PLTR, Palantir up 4% today. Snow up 2%. PFE actually was rebounding. Surprises me. I thought it was going to go like back to the $28-$30 levels. Just based on this longer term trend. HRTG, I alerted on this stock not too long ago. As you can see, we're bouncing pretty well on it. Looking pretty good. EBIX, we were watching this. J-Dub was really interested in this one. Currently dealing with some litigation. Has to get past that before I said, finding any confidence in it. It's been bouncing to that 26.25, but finding resistance there. But bouncing strongly out the 23.24 also. So basically churning sideways here. Definitely something to watch moving forward. Rolls-Royce, we were looking at that, I think, around the end of February or so. Currently at 161. INFY, ticker INFY, actually came back to its longer term trend line, and actually up today about 0.5%. SPY actually hitting 382.30 now. APG also up. That was a longer term trend stock that we were looking at. Said we needed to get above the 1917. Stayed above that, but ultimately sticking to the top side of its trend line. Unity, a growth stock that we were looking at, trading on the low end, about $102 a share. Bounced right out that support level we identified. CAN, it's a marijuana stock that we've been watching. A lot of volatility in this stock. So, Justin, I'm not sure if you're still here or not, but like a stock like this would be great to use. And being able to identify the actual momentum in the stock and stuff like that would be prime, because as you can see, we were showing, and typically what I look at, if the price, like right here, if the price falls below the EMAs, I expect these downtrends to follow, especially when you're starting to see a compression. But when the stock stays above those EMAs in either one of them, you can see these bounces back to the upside. Currently finding some resistance around that 22.82 level though. Definitely something to pay attention to, or at one point was, and as you can see is actually bouncing up and down off of that. See how it reacts to that. See if the lower time frames lead into the momentum to the downside for the larger ones, seeing some EMA
crossover right there in that red zone. That's what you're seeing. This is what I pay attention to. It's almost identical to this break. So the next 30 minutes to an hour, I'll definitely tell you the trend of the stock. If it were to pull back based on the markets pulling back and weighing down on it on top of that, then you can expect this to at least drop back down to these 18.10 levels, which is about $4. And if you were to look at any options on that, shorter time frames, you might have some higher type of delta, I believe. Let me see. What was it we were looking at? CAN.
I sold Ebex and all my other plays just holding Apple and Peloton. I got you.
Doing the same thing. All right, so looking at some of these options for CAN, 15 days away on March 19th. Pretty hefty price tags. You can get these pretty cheap. I would actually shoot for that $17 one. You'll make about $20, $21 on the downfall. So that'll give you about, if it drops $4, about $88 on the trade, which is near close to 50% on it. Yeah, the premiums. Yeah, I know. And that's what typically gets everybody. It forces people to buy shorter time frame option contracts, which have ultimately higher thetas, meaning time decay on it, which means you can't wait long enough for the stock to actually move. So then you start doing directional trades, basically the swings, the waves up and down, just like I'm doing with the SPY. And yes, I agree that is an issue that a lot of people run into, as the premiums are just too much. SPY showing some rejection. See, I'm glad I didn't buy those calls I was looking at. Should have bought those puts I was talking about. I missed it. I missed the freaking opportunity. It hit right around that 32, 382. I should have bought it right then. Man, that is irritating. I hate when I miss those opportunities, because now it's in the middle. I don't want to jump to conclusions and thinking that it's just going to die out. I mean, yeah, I could ride this for another $3 down, but what I was looking for was a $5 to $6 spread. I missed that opportunity to do it. Of course, this is still trading above those EMAs, but I ultimately think this is going to break down on me now, and I missed that opportunity to get in that option trade, make some money on the way back down. Of course, I could, get into it and make what I want, but check Verizon. Or what's Verizon? VZ? Yeah. Intraday downward pressure on the lower time frame. This can continue coming back down at least to the $54 level. I would look to find it there, just looking at it off the top of my head, between 54 and 54.20. Let me see how it's correlating with the markets. Of course, it looks like the same type of trend. So, yeah, no, a little bit off. There's a drop off here for some reason. There it is. It does correlate. I'm sorry. I needed to align it all. And continue pushing higher, even though the market kept pulling back. But lost momentum. I think it's coming back down regardless. Probably catch this around the 54 to 54.50s. Where's the SPY at? 381 still. I can't believe I missed that opportunity. I really needed it there. Go back to the SPY, $10. I was looking at the 371s. As you can see, it's already back up to like over $200. What it does allow me to do is find that better entry on the downside, though. I think I was looking at 386. It's currently at 235, so we're already up. I was going to buy this at was it 386? No, it was 387. So it's actually pulling back, giving me a second opportunity on the call. Ultimately, though, I want better positions on my put options because I do think the markets are continuing to the downside. And I was hoping to find that like 371, 372 area. Missed that opportunity. That went out the door. Currently trading at 381.11. I want to take a few minute break. Ultimately, if you guys don't mind, real quick. Yeah, go ahead and come back up a little bit. Go ahead. I'll be right back, though. Not too long. sorry. So, while I was outside, I actually caught that option trade I was looking for. I bought a March 10th, 2021 372 put. I'm not saying that it's going to 372. I ultimately think it's going to, and I'm currently losing on that trade. See how we react to that top line right there. I'm only down 4% on it at these levels. 2% now that is pulling back. But do you guys feel like you're gaining anything from this? If you can give me your feedback on it. I just want to kind of show you how I'm working the market based on what's currently happening. Currently down 5% at these levels still, which is near my stop loss. If you can give me your feedback on how I'm playing these options with you live, since we aren't pushing trade alerts right now, this is what we're doing. All right, breaking out here. Let's see what happens. I want to check my momentum indicators. Cool. Glad to hear that. That's what it's about. Let's see. I expect to be at a top level on this right here. What's weird to me with TradingView though is when you set your trend lines, they're off on lower time frames. Just a little bit. Really? With Verizon? Is what you're talking about? Hey, to be honest with you, looking at it from this 5 minute, it looks like it's about to take off. So you could probably snatch some shorter term gains, but that's because the SPY's moving up too, I believe. So watch out for that SPY to pull back. Of course, I'm shorting it right now, thinking that it is going to pull back. I'm going to look at it these closer time frames. As you can see, we're curving down. I feel like I need to adjust that top line level just a little bit. I haven't sold my position yet. I have a 10, as you all know, I have a 10% threshold. And I'm currently at 9% at these levels. So definitely watching with my finger on the trigger on this one. It's showing some slight momentum loss on the 1 minute. So I expected the larger time frames to start showing me the same. Looking strong on the 5 though. I do want to look back at our scanner to see if there are any potential opportunities there that we're not seeing. Where is it? Did I close it? No, it's right there. UGP is new to the list. Yeah, go ahead and pull back for me. And I'm not, celebrating the fact that the market's pulling back. Oh, AMD. Oh, can you check AMD? I'm sorry. I didn't even see that last statement before what you were talking about. So AMD is something to watch, definitely longer term, due to the fact that the Biden administration is... Wait, AMD is a graphics designer, and no, they do processors as well. AMD has actually taken the place of NVIDIA. They have better price points for better products, basically, at this point. And if you're looking for a growth stock, I would definitely pay attention to it. You can see, though, that it's riding the SPY very well. So wait for the reversal to begin. Reversal being we start to see the SPY sit above its EMAs like it is right now. And you see it sitting above that EMA. We're seeing the EMA start to break out, trying to turn green there for us, but it's ultimately on the longer time frames where it doesn't. We could see some rejection around the 382.97s, which is kind of doing now on the 30 minute. and bounce off of that 13 EMA on the downside. It is breaking out of this downward semi channel that we were looking within the longer term, something to pay attention to. And I'm only going back to the SPY right now so I can show you its current trend lines. On the 2 hour is breaking right back below that 13. So even if you were to put up just a 13 EMA and watch that line, the 34 EMA, you don't have to necessarily have these visuals in place. Just make sure you color coordinate them so that you can see when one is above the other very well. Make sure they're not the same colors and you get confused. And then this is the 55 EMA. So that's what I pay attention to with identifying my reversals. And like I said, the 1 hour looks like it's trying to prop up pretty well. There has been times when the 1 hour showed that it was going to prop up, and it failed to do so and pulled back a little bit more. And that's what I'm shooting for in this current trade right now, because we're in this semi downtrend within the longer term time frame trend that it's been trading. As you can see, it's pulling back to 382. Now we're below 382. But going back to AMD, let's see how that's reacting. We're pulling back a little bit here, so you might be able, if the SPY continues to pull down, what I would want to do is, if you have TradingView, I'd suggest you getting it, for the simple fact that I can do this right here and I can see basically where it's going to be in those levels. So give me a second. I wish I knew how to move the SPY up and down. Guess I can do this. So 368 would ultimately bring this about near the $68 price level that you might be able to get into this if the SPY continues pulling back to the 368. But of course, we're watching the SPY so heavily so that we know where the overall market's going. I can pull up my trading log now, and we'll track the entire market overall. Looks like we're trying to go green on our scorecard. This basically sums up all of these. If you aren't aware of how and why I use this, we focus on the U.S. equities and how the markets are doing there. S&P currently going up green just a little bit there, but of course I'm watching for a pullback on it. International equities down, with the Nikkei being down about 0.29%. Euro Stocks 50 down about 0.17, or up about 0.17, and then the DAX, which is the German exchange stock market, is down negative 2.26%. The VIX is coming down, which is a good signal that the markets actually could go up, which I could actually start losing on my option trade that I made, but I'm currently up on it, thank God. Let's see. I am currently up 6% after being down 4%. So I'm currently up overall about 11%, seeing some rejections on the lower time frames, pulling back off of that semi downtrend that we were in within the longer term channel. So I will watch this on the 5-minute because it shows me my momentum to the downside. Like I said earlier, you can kind of use that to correlate where the longer time frames will go. Of course, it only makes sense. But I don't base my trades. If I'm going to watch any lower time frame, it's more so the 5-minute than anything. And that also is key here with TradingView, because it has a 5-minute delay, apparently, from the last thing I heard. Sold Nokia. Man, I don't know if O'Shea's in here or not, but if you're making $1,000 a day working, I need to do what you're doing. Let me let him know that. How are you making? How are you making $1,000 a day working, bro? Let me know. Quick updates on what we're doing here at Millennial Investments too, while we're taking some time going through these trades. Oh man, that sucks.
see who it was. Give me a second. Oh, we were letting you guys know at the beginning of the week that we were looking for getting the app put on the Google Play Store, going back and forth with Google on a multitude of things, regardless, or that don't even pertain to this. So they're giving me issues that I have to go through. Bought into it at $39. Let me see something real quick though, as far as the platform is concerned. Seeing some strong pullback. Like I said, I was expecting on the SPY. Got rejected off that top line level of the semi downtrend. 210. Give me just a second, guys. We'll get back to our conversation. But like I said, seeing some pullback on the SPY on the 10-minute. Expect everything to follow, specifically your AMD. Look for your Verizon to pull back a little bit too. J-Dub. 210. Who is 210? Okay. I want to check our scanner again. Let's go through some of these. UGP was one that we looked at. Currently up. Another up to 10% on my put option for the SPY. I was looking at UGP earlier. This hit my scanner. This is my old scanner that I originally started Millennial Investments with. And as you can see, that setup's looking pretty. Looking like good real estate. Prime real estate are what we're looking for. Trading above the EMAs. I expect the crossover to complete going into the rest of the day. Might see some pullback though. Might tap that 34 EMA before bouncing up some more. What I'm going to do is I'm going to play the trades. Let's see, UGP. I need to pull my spreadsheet up though so that I can basically see what my position size is going to be in it at these price levels. My back test up. There we go. SOS. What? Anyways, UGP at what was that price level? 351. Looking forward to at least go back to. Let me pull some of these indicators out here. Let's look at it from 4 hour. I want to see this retest those previous levels of resistance that played a part before around the $4. So we're looking at about a 50-cent trade, which gives us about, doing the math in my head, seventh return. So what is that? 1 divided by 7. It's about a 15% swing trade that I'm looking for. Unless we're able to break above that $4 price range and continue moving higher to like the 470s, it looks like. Not correlating with the SPY too much, so I don't expect the market pull down to weigh down on it. I'm going to look for any news on it real quick. Currently trading higher due to the OPEC meeting on supply cuts. That's been something that's been needed. Demand's been down, but yet they were pushing very strongly on, continuing to produce more and more oil. And that caused some issues in the oil market. So I guess since they had an OPEC supply meeting today, supply cuts in their meeting, in their discussions of the meeting today, that it's going to be pulling back some. So I'm going to go ahead and hop in this at 350. And I'm going to look forward to hit that $4 level. Let's see what that gives us. Worksheet tells me to get 569 shares here at 351. All right.
Bought in at 351, 569 shares in my MI account. Let's look at some more opportunities. Currently up 13% on my SPY puts. About $44 below my daily minimum so far. Can't be mad at that at all. This is on my personal account, that is. Tapping 15% now. Going back to the list though. BRFS we looked at. CIG I'm gonna look at next. Same setups. I like it. I'm going after them, by the way, when I say that. Short term holds, by the way. With these lower price points, it's easier to top out at some good gains. I'm looking at about 15 to 20% on this one if we retest that 250. Even more so, the 293 would give us about, what is that, 80 cents, 74 cents. So about, I can do the math over here. I'm sitting here trying to do stuff in my head. I have an entire spreadsheet built. Looking at CIG for 218, going for the 250. That minus that divided by this. So if we hit 250 on this one, I'll make about 15% off the trade. If we hit 293 now, we're looking at 34%. So I'm gonna hop in this one at 218. That will be a position size of 917 at 218. Okay, in. Next one we're gonna look at is VIV. Same setups. Strong to the upside. A little bit lower on the EMAs though. That's kind of concerning. Didn't find rejection there though. Let's look at the 1 hour. We're starting to see that compression trading above the EMAs. Compression to the upside. Potential pullback though. You see it kind of losing some momentum right there. But I think once it breaks out, we'll be fine. VIV. You notice how all these are like international stocks too. That's what's crazy. That's the only thing that's moving. That's nuts. Anyways, looking at my short term put position on the SPY, just to keep you guys up to date on it as well. Currently up. Where's my percentage? Oh, it pulled back a little bit on me. Back down to 3% on the trade. Jim Cramer calling some of this selling ridiculous. Just saw his tweet. He says, "Look, as I said on some of my videos, some of this selling has become ridiculous. You can't have Walmart down every day, Costco down every day, Nvidia down every day, Apple and Microsoft down almost every day." Man, I don't know what to tell you. VIV, same setup. I mean, wonderful setups that I'm looking at here. Pretty much all international too, by the way. Like I said a minute ago, which is not surprising. It's if there was a way to scan the markets to see, you know, what other international stocks there were and identify, you know, going into the analysis that we do on some of these stocks, the way we do, looking at fundamentals, looking at the technical analysis and stuff like that, you could actually come back on top. It could be a good way to hedge when dealing with a market pullback in the U.S. equities. I like this 863. It's about a 63-cent jump. A little bit under 10% though. So I don't know if I really want to do it. If I want to just make some short-term games, I wouldn't be, opposed to it. Back up 4% on my put options for the SPY, by the way. I'm going to keep you guys up to date on it as we move forward. I'm not sure if anybody's holding crypto plays, but Bitcoin actually made it back to 50,000, 53,000 over the past few days. It's finding support above that level that we identified. So pay attention to that 49,194 on the Bitcoin. If you have any Bitcoin plays in the market that you're paying attention to, let's see if that can be a launch pad for this to continue moving forward. But again, this identifies why we look at these price ranges the way we do. A lot of people give me flack on your technical analysis is, it's too simple, but I mean, it works. You know what I mean? You can build platforms and foundations off of this basis and looking at it from these levels and understanding how they're working. So again, I reiterate the need for doing that in every trade that you make initially, and then you look at the fundamentals. As you can see, I typically don't even do diagonal type trend lines, but when dealing with the SPY and stuff like that, you always have to identify it. I'm currently down about 1%. No, I'm flat now on the SPY. It did bounce back up a little bit on me. It has this semi-trend of this right here where it's doing something to this nature. You know what? I am craving some popcorn right now watching this market. I don't know about you guys. I don't know what just hit me, but I'm just really craving some popcorn and watching the markets today. Just chilling. I'm just looking to make my minimum on my personal account. Long term on my MI account is my retirement. So, I'm only 29. I got years before retirement in front of me. I know for some people that's different, but so I can deal with the volatility in the meantime. I can hold some of these trades if I want to, but I'm just not up for losing money no matter what I'm doing. I don't know about the rest of you. I hear a lot of people talking about averaging down, but then you start averaging down in a market pullback, you're only risking more and more money that you're losing, and you could potentially not get back, because some of the stocks that we've been watching that have been strong plays going into February for sure, were lost some of that momentum when the market started pulling back at the end of February and never regained it. And that was a concern. It's like, these are strong stocks and it doesn't make sense. And of course, in this big rotation, as they call it, the great rotation, you see a lot of stocks coming out of tech. One thing that I've been doing a lot of analytics on my website and trying to determine, where my biggest plays come from. And a lot of it was due to the NASDAQ and the fact that the NASDAQ has been performing so well. And the fact that it's pulled back, they're saying it could pull back another 2% before it reverses, which is, crazy. I'm looking now. Give me a second. Let's look at look at that rejection, man. Rejection. Just look at the minis. Strong pullback here too as well. So, my go-to was to look at, some of the stocks in NASDAQ when I was basically reevaluating some of the stuff that I was sharing with you guys. I really wanted to get back to my element. And I feel like I kind of was losing my element due to the market pullback, but I was just getting burnt out. Not burnt out, but burned by the market pullback overall. And, you just got to readjust. One strategy never always works in this market. It's forever changing, and you can build 6 to 7 different strategies on certain conditions and play it that way. And, one thing might work for 6 months or 3 months or a month, and then something else has to kick in and you have to readjust. So that's why we were going into March with a thought process already that, we were going to recalibrate the entire portfolio. We started doing that, thinking that the markets were going to pick back up from that February
last week dip in February, and then we had initial week dip again, still in that downtrend that we've been paying attention to so far. Speaking of the SPY now, I'm back up 4%. It's jumping pretty heavily because of the volatility, but it looks like we're in a very strong compression zone. As you can see, it's just kind of bundling up in these price ranges, and we could actually break out. So if we do, because the fact that it's building so much compression at these levels, this could actually pick back up. But at the same time, it's finding strong rejections. I think if it breaks down below this shorter term time frame we've been watching, or we've identified here since market open, if it breaks below that, then I think it's just going to let go and go back down to those 378 levels that we were looking for it to go to before, somewhere near the 378.50. As you can see, we're currently working on breaking that trend now. See where we're at. Yeah, dipping a little bit below it. Already dipped below it on its last rejections around the 380.83. Now we are below it. Let's see if we can find the strength to get back above it to confirm that before I try to speculate any further. But we're currently trading at 382 on the SPY. Tesla, for your EV plays, is trading at 642 after jumping from 617 this morning. It's breaking down below a support level that it found intraday around the 641. So we expect the EVs to follow. And that's what sucks. Like, there's some strong EV plays, but it's being weighed back down by Tesla's price action. And we can look at it from the daily or the 4-hour even. It's in that same downward trend that the SPY's been working on. So the good thing about it, it goes back to the initial point, though, is the fact that we can find potential buying opportunities in these downfalls and hold things long term and let them just run, man. Currently back up about 10% on that SPY put. I'm guessing it's breaking that level. As you can see, Tesla is currently at 639. I expect the EVs to be following suit. Let's see. Currently breaking below 382, broke down. So now we're out of that trend that we were currently in. I can readjust this and try to justify it a little bit more, but I don't like readjusting these. That's why I don't use diagonal trend lines to begin with. I like sticking to it. I'll keep that there and see how it reacts. You see it picking back up a little bit. It's trying to climb, but it's just having very strong rejections at this top lines. So, but I'm going to keep running this until I exit this last trade, which could be at the end of the day, to be honest with you. And I'll keep looking for potential investments. I saw something that popped up, EBR. ETM actually hit my alert system yesterday, and I wanted to look at how it reacted today. Let's see here. Once again, international type company, based company. Just looking at the ticker or the name. How's that correlate? That correlates a little bit better as it's played support here. Currently at 588. Excuse me. Sounds like I need more coffee for our coffee and stock sessions this morning. Who all still with us? SLGG. That hit my alert system the other day. I was late to the party, so I didn't even bring it up to try to, Yes, indeed. My thing is, if I was able to get into it at $6, I'd be a happy man. But the fact that it's where it's at, I'm just late to the party in my opinion. What you want to find in it, though, is it seems like it had some resistance around that 753. So hopefully you can find support there. Are you in this, Justin? Hey, Miss Pandy, how are you doing? As you know, we're not just so you know, we're not pushing any current alerts right now. I am actively trading some of the things coming across our scanner, which is mainly international trades. I'm not sure when you hopped in here with us, but U.S. productivity suffered steepest quarterly decline in decades at end of 2020. That's what Market Watch just pushed out. So is that to blame on the Biden campaign now too, huh? What's your position on it, SLGG? Look back at the SPY. Eeh. Bounced up pretty hard. It's at that compression zone. Could be breaking out here. Currently down about 6% at these levels. So I can give it a little, breathing room to see how it reacts. Man, I'm really craving that popcorn. Currently flat on my puts right now. Yeah, I'm not doing too much trading. I'm buying some intraday day swings that I expect to play out. Probably by, it's Thursday. I typically don't buy into stocks on Thursday, Fridays because of the Friday sell-offs that typically happen. Market sell-offs, 763. We can watch this with you, man. Let's see. Got in at 763, up at 769, 784. Looks like it's trying to bounce for sure. It's been on this uptrend for the past few days, actually. Gapped up pretty well after hours and bounced to the upside. Let me do some DD on this for you. Just made a few dollars on it pre-market. Yeah, okay. A win's a win, man. It's green. Green is green until it's red. I'm currently up on those UGP position I picked up at 351. It's only at 352 and a half though. I bought about 569 shares on it. Still under 1% gain though, so nothing too crazy. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. I'll dump it at first weakness. If you want to, I can watch it with you so that you can better identify that a little bit easier. It looks like it's kind of topping out there, but let me go through and make sure first. Yeah, I would watch out for this one topping out. It could top out and bounce off that 752 though. So, you got in a little bit above that though, 763. How I would have played this trade if you were interested in it, Justin, I would have identified that pre-market level that it was in, or after-hours market that it was in. Wait, hold on. Am I reading that? Yeah, 763. I would have identified that level and made sure that I entered into it before then, and probably would have tried to enter around the 713 once it bounced up above that, and then showing the momentum to the upside. But it looks like it's still kicking, so see if we can get above what it needs to do is get above that 789 ultimately. Oh, you're out? Okay, got you. As soon as you get out, it takes off, bro. One of those days. Still in on this one. Let's see how it's acting to that compression zone I've been waiting for. This will determine if I'm going to stay in the trade or not. Strong compression, as you can see on the MACD. RSI sitting about 50. What is that? 57. So, oh, there it goes. Broke out. It's trying its hardest to get out of there, but see what our longer time frames are looking like.
See if we're going green on the 1 hour. It looks like we're about to go green on the 1 hour. So at this point, I don't know if you guys remember this morning, I was talking about, riding this on the way down and then potentially doing a call. I wish that you had these tools in front of you that I use, because then at this point I could basically do a call option on this and ride it back. But the concern is that it's only going to, yeah, right. At least you're green. Green's green and so is red. But the concern is you're only going to see, like, at most maybe a $1 to $2 jump to that 384 level. Or no, I'll take that back. If this bounces up right now, let me readjust this little semi-trend line we got going on right here to about right there. You'll probably get at most a $3 jump, whereas I'm focused on a $6 drop. You see what I'm saying on the put option I have, but of course that's breaking. Let me see where I'm at. Oddly enough, I'm down. I'm near my 10% threshold. I'm at 8% right now, at these levels. But it needs to break above this red line above here. But we identified our compression zone. What we're paying attention to. I'm still watching this a little bit more. I'm trying to understand why my Thinkorswim is showing. I mean, not Thinkorswim. My Trading View is offset right here on the 1 minute versus the 5. Really doesn't make sense. I don't want to readjust it either. So my exit would be above this red line right here. I honestly think I'm going to go get me some popcorn, because I expect to just simply watch the markets today. Let me see if anything popped up on the scanner for us to look at. PBR. Oil industry might be picking up today due to that OPEC meeting, so something to watch there. I don't know how comfortable I feel about this one specifically, though. Check the 1 hour. Not too bad on the 1 hour. I still need to see the price. If I see the price above that EMA right there, then I might go into the trade. Short term, though, no longer than today, maybe. Nope, don't like it. Not much more on the list that's popped up that we've been watching. Whew. Either I need coffee or I need popcorn, one or the other. Go back to the SPY real quick. See how it's testing those levels. Alright, I'm out. Probably regret it later, but momentum signals to the upside. I mean, 1 hour is about to go green on the MACD. Still on the 1 hour, though, one thing that conflicts for me is the fact that the let me see. I want to see something. Yeah, I think this is about to turn over. Of course, this could lose steam and just fall out for me. But now what I'm expecting to see is if we fall back to that semi-trend line within the longer term time frame throughout the day.
I might have lost on this put option that I expected to pop out. Um, what I should have done is bought my call option down here. But, every day's different. I'm going to go make that popcorn. We're done. We're taking off. By the way, I still haven't sold that put option. And looking back at it, I'm kind of glad because I want to see something else now. Is that 383.36 level. Of course, remember yesterday a key level on the SPY I just thought about was the 380.350. And the reason I didn't identify that is because we have it hidden. That doesn't help me at all. Let me see. Let me make sure I'm not getting rid of anything I need. What is this? This just take that out. Put that in a group. SPY bounce. Expected bounce. So I'm gonna close this out for now. And then these are my longer term trends. I need to put those. Why aren't you selecting that thing? Okay. Man, I'm glad I found out about these groups that I can do. So I can do that, and then now I can just simply look at my price ranges, which of course is hectic in itself. But yeah, so that 380.350 is definitely a level we need to get above if we're looking at it from our horizontal time frames, and it looks like there for a minute it looks like we were going to go back down. So let's see. Probably gonna hop off of here in a minute once I close this trade. Like I said, I hope this was helpful, and basically how to handle the market with it being so volatile, especially to the downside with these hard swings that we're seeing. Thinking the market's reversing and stuff. That's one thing that we did was identify market reversals or just stock reversals based off using this as an example in order to identify potential option trades that we can get in, whether it be short term, long term, intraday, making sure that we're actually in a reversal before we start dumping money into potential investments we want to hold long term, things of that nature. So I do feel like I want to clean up these trend lines, but I feel like all of them play key levels. I'm going to get rid of some of them though. I need to start color coordinating them a little bit better. And 385 is kind of key.
that can be removed. I'll get rid of that 385 for now. And then I'm going to focus solely on that 380. That's going to be my bottom line support that I expect this to have issues going below. You see it drop to about 378.58 this morning. If we bring in our longer time frame downtrend, about midway into that shorter time frame, we're breaking out of that trend line now. Of course, we can find resistance around the 383.50 and bounce back below it and fall right back into that trend line. So definitely something to watch. Go get my popcorn. Oh, breaking above 383.63. So oh yeah, rejection. I'm just worried about, truly worried about it thinning out my dreads up. So, I don't know how I feel about it. Well, Biggie. She's going Biggie. Not sure if you guys left me already or not, but oh, LVS, okay. Oh, we still got a few people here. Key support level at that 315. See how it holds up. It's not running with the SPY though. By the way, there's two trades I made on CIG, UGP. I'm currently up about 0.5% on both of them. But LVG, sorry, LVS. $63.17 actually, to be precise. Currently trading below it. Looks like it's trying to prop up. Remember what I said earlier? Typically when they drop below RSI level on the downside, they bounce back above it and then retrace back below it before they launch. So potential launch right here. Not correlating with what the SPY's doing, although it did pull down yesterday. It's separating itself from it, not recovering basically as the SPY is. But that could be due to people not really buying into a lot of things with the SPY being in the issue that it's in. Currently having some rejections at that 383.50 level. So almost forming a fake out. Which I'm kind of glad I held my calls. Held my put option, I mean. Because I won't have to lock in my loss
if it continues down.
Hey. Shut up. Quit bargaining people. Hush it. My dog agrees, apparently. Bounce right back above that 63.17 though. So what I'll do is, J-Dub, do you have a position in it? 63.20. Uh-oh. I think the baby girl's waking up. I'm gonna have to go get her. If that is the case. They're selling their casinos in a $6.25 billion deal. How many of them are they selling? Got you. Let's look. Why does it seem like they're selling all of them? 2? Okay. I like the Venetian. Real nice place to go. If you haven't been there, go check it out. Been to Vegas like 4 or 5 times. Enjoyed it. And the Sands Expo Convention Center. Okay. So it looks like they're selling their Las Vegas properties in order to invest in Asia. Getting out of America. That's what it sounds like. EDD popped on the scanner. Sitting well above that. Sitting pretty strong above that 63.22 level. I mean 63.17 level. Morgan Stanley, emerging markets. This looks interesting. I don't think it's gonna jump much, about 40 cents. Seems where it stops out. Slow growth stock. Yeah. Hasn't really traded. Well, you look back on the weekly. Smart. Yes, they do. That is true. I always thought they could just give the money to me and I could be more productive with it. Just saying. Uh-oh. Spy looks like it's trying to let go. Once again, reiterates the fact of identifying these levels and how they play a part in everything. This could easily do a falling knife hitting that rejection point. Just like right here. So, we'll show it about my put options around these levels. I mean, I bought them at, what, like 382.23, so I'm only, it's only up $1 from where I bought it. Which is kind of why I held on to it, because I started looking at it again and saw that it was around that 380, 350, and made me think twice before selling my put option and taking a loss on it.
Like I said, I just need to hit my minimum. I'm going to switch this up a little bit as far as what we're watching. Then he lost $2.5 million betting and then started his own betting service and made... Isn't that funny how that works? There's people on our channel that's, told me they made like 15 to 20 grand off my trade alerts. And I'm like, man, can I have $1? Please, please, just $1, please. Why is nothing showing up? Okay. My scanner's off. That makes sense. That removes all of the emotional attachment to, placing bets. Let's see where some of the money's moving in the market today. Let this kind of calculate. As I said before, this scanner specifically searches the entire stock market to identify where most of the money is going based on certain price ranges of stock values. I think this is currently looking at anything between $0 and $25. Because if I didn't have that restriction on it, we would be seeing stocks such as like Tesla, Apple, Facebook, Amazon, Alibaba, stuff like that. I wanted to focus on the lower end stocks to kind of find some of these growth stocks that are having so much liquidity pushed through them. As you can see, SLGG sitting right there, currently trading at 802. SKT right above it. Could spread this out a little bit too, so we can actually see how they're doing. I could sort this by percent change. She's still asleep. She woke up for a second. All right. Look at what's on the list. We got Genus, Rito, SLGG, some of the stocks we were looking at, iTub. Just broke 383 on the spot. That's what I need. You want some popcorn? You can't get some popcorn, girl. You can't have the popcorn. I'm sorry. Can't have the popcorn. SLGG. Let's see what it's doing. Oh man, Justin, I'm not sure if you're still here, but it just bounced to what, like 850? You would have almost made what, $1? Close to $1 off per share. Yeah. A little pudding. That's what I call her. That's her nickname. Pudding. Appreciate it though, man. Beautiful thing. Huh. Beautiful thing, huh? What you doing? What you doing? What you doing? Where's my wallet? Where's daddy wallet? Don't pull the mic. What? Is it like 8 different languages? Jesus. Washington Prime Group? What happened to them? I want to know. Nope, nope. I should have a session called Popcorn and Stocks because I'm really liking this. I said I should start a session called Popcorn and Stocks. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Hey guys, be on the lookout for a potential reversal on the SPY. Back to the top end of the longer term trend. One thing I've been trying to identify with the SPY too, though, on the side of all the conversation I've already had about the SPY, is basically how many times does it have to hit a trend line before it finally breaks out? And I feel like if I can identify that, make a big difference. Not the microphone. Don't get the microphone. Not the microphone. Yeah. So we could be headed back to, 387 here. I could hold this after hours and then, sell it tomorrow. Huh? What? What? What that? Girl? Nuh-uh. No, baby. Not that. You have anything you want my wallet? You want my wallet? No? Oh, yes, that's what I need. Rejection. I'm only cheering for the SPY intraday to come down, by the way. Beta? Beta? No. Nope, 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 nope. Here, let me do it this way. Sorry for all the noise, guys. I had to readjust the mic. She keeps trying to kidnap it. Reg, you think we're going to find support above the 388, 383.50? We got a phone call from someone I don't know. Daddy's trying to get popcorn and it won't work. Not working. What are you doing? You want my wallet? Oh, man. Alright. About to make my final decision, I believe, on the SPY. based on current momentum trends, looks like we're going back to the 387. What that could mean is potential buying opportunity for some of the stocks you've been looking at. And what I'm basing that off of is girl, what you doing? What you doing? Yeah. Just looking at it over all the time frames, seems like it's getting stuck at this. As soon as I say something, I'm gonna quit talking about the price point. Yeah, right. But at least, if you were to get back into them now, they'd be at the price points that they're at. Like Mogo is at 725. That's cheap. SOS 737. RMO hit $10 today. Jesus Christ, man, that got killed. SL is at 14. What else we got here? Workhorse at 14. Zoms at 193 again. I'm just concerned that we're gonna assume this is a reversal, and then we get hit with that top line trend line in the downward channel. That's what's worrying me. I wish you had some popcorn. Sure, give you some. Good. One thing that's really catching my attention looking at it from the daily is that the selling volume wow, did this just drop 382? 89? No, baby. You can have my wallet. I just don't need you calling the cops on my phone, baby. There you go. There you go. As you can see, the selling volume is still overtaking the buying volume ever since basically February 25th. It's actually picking back up. Be honest with you, I had those calls still. I was down like 40%. I'm now only down 7. So I'm glad I kind of held on there. Didn't get ahead of myself. I
feel like something was just released. I mean, we're breaking below 382 now. Daddy dropping popcorn all over us. Okay, that works. Something had to happen. Check my news. Something had to happen. That was odd. Maybe they did this. Maybe the trading gods did this so that I could exit the trade. What time is it? 11:12. Oh. So Jay Powell just said that he expects the economy to pick up, but he also expects inflation to move up as well. That's not good. Not good at all. For the simple fact that, let me look up the number. Thank you, J. Powell. I appreciate it. Where are we going? We getting tired? Getting tired of Daddy? Oh. Getting tired of Daddy? Where are you going? Where are we going? Alright. Dooga-dooga-doo. 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 Ah, that's what it is. Yeah, look at that wind though. Yeah, you see that, babe? Look at that, babe. Daddy winning. Yeah. Yeah. Daddy winning. Might see some reversal. I might go ahead and get out of it while I have the opportunity, but I want to see what it looks like on the longer time frames. Once I do get out of it, I want to close the trading session for the day, but let's see how we hit these that top trend line. It looks like that's where it's bouncing off of now. Ah, you want to jump, huh? You want to jump? Want to jump, jump? Want to jump, jump? I think we're going to see this pull back though as people start picking up on the news. Pretty sure it's about to start hitting all news channels and stuff like that. Oh, no. Instant return back to the upside. A lot of sell volumes coming in though. We're seeing some spikes there. I probably should get out. Well, I don't know. Hold on. Where we going? Where we going? What we doing? You want up? Where you go? You want up? Huh? Yeah? Spy is playing with my emotions at this point. Baby, you want to jump? Let's go jump. Somebody else called me, baby? Who that? Who that said they want to call me? Where you going? Where we doing? Let's go jump. Let's go jump. My little Rolly. I got my little Rolly. It's my Rolls Royce. Yeah. And a nice run back to the upside this morning. Let's see what happens. I'll point something out real quick. Look at those 34 EMA rejections on the 30-minute. It's concerning. I said that this could go green on the MACD a little bit, but as you've seen, it kind of did that last Friday as well. I wanted to see, if basically we would see some more rejections here. Just because we're seeing green indicators on that, I wasn't entirely sure. And also another thing I was looking at was the RSI on the 1 hour dipping below. And like I said, typically when it dips below RSI, it'll bounce back below those levels. Just had a stronger bounce than last time. Currently at 243 now. Hey. Huh? Hey. She got her little Rolls Royce. I'm not sure if you guys can see it or not. That your new little Rolls Royce? Hey. Oh, nice. Back below that trend. Uh-oh. Daddy's might wins here. Yeah? Daddy win? Let's see. Daddy gonna win? Man, he must. I need to be watching this. Whatever he's talking about is helping me out right now. I don't know if y'all remember that movie Had Bake. I'm not gonna freak out or anything. Yes, Lord. I was down like 30%. I'm back up like 5. Win. Whatever you did, just put us back in that trend. I can't find it anywhere. mean, does anybody have coverage on it, or did they already have the speech? Uh-oh. 1 second, guys. Look at them diamond hands paying off, bro. That's all I can say. About to hit my daily mark and call it a day. Unless this wants to go back to 377, 376. Let me see how much I'll make on that drop. I know some people are dropping off here because I had to take a phone call. Sorry, I do have another business that I'm running. Where you going? Where you going? You coming back to me? Come here. Come here. But I do have another business I run, by the way. So I'm having split responsibilities between the two. The little 6-month-old. Or 7 months. She turned 7 months. 7 months just the other day. Getting big on me. But yeah, man. Liking what I'm seeing. About to hit my target. Call it a day. Oh. Gotta get his targets. About to lock him in. Wanna watch it with me? So I'm not sure who's still in here with me. Want to watch this play out a little bit longer. About to go ahead and lock it in on the trade. As you can see, my option did turn out productive for me overall. Both of them that I called, I played the swings very well in order to hit my daily targets. Just a few dollars under it, so I'm kind of holding a little bit. Gonna see how much longer I'm gonna hold this. Don't think it's gonna be too much longer. Yeah. You got right. Uh-oh. Seems like we're having some pullback. Not the microphone, baby. You can have anything else over here but the microphone. I gotta talk to these people. I gotta talk. To my people. No. Ah, it's pulling back on me. Missed it again. Not tripping though. Still positive. Can let this sit out a little bit longer. Momentum's showing to the downside anyways. Pretty sure that conversation Jay Powell's having is only helping the calls and what I'm going after right now. Riding the swing down. Of course, we are looking like we're trying to swing back to the upside a little bit. Veda, where are you going? You gonna walk? Huh? You can't act like that because I don't give you anything. Hey, hi. Daddy trying to lock in my money now. And there we go. All right. You want to jump or something? Let's turn something on TV. Go ahead. Where you going? Where you going, girl? Where you going? There we go. Come on down and come on up. Yeah, I know. No. Then you can get the controller. See what our 10-minute time frame's looking like real quick before I get ready to make my determination on closing this out. 15-minute looks like it's going red. I'm expecting the 30-minute to follow. I really want you to take a second to look at this 34 EMA rejection. That's why I use these EMAs. They play out so well. What do you want to watch? Of course, thank you all for being here this long with me. For those that are still here, looks like I'm finding my second opportunity to get out of this trade if I'm going to, and lock in those profits I was going after earlier. Of course, missed the opportunity then. Let's see. I could wait this out a little bit longer, but like I said, I hit my target for my daily requirements on my personal account. And 5 seconds from letting it go. Yep. It's official. I'm out on my personal account. I will be working on some stuff for Millennial Investments and pushing out some potential trades. I probably should have held that longer, but of course, you know, I'm taking what I can get on the downturn of the markets. As you can see, the EMAs are crossing over. We could have held this a little bit longer, but like I said, I was more comfortable with locking in my target. And it's all about knowing what you're going after and sticking true to that. And the reason that I started looking at getting rid of it was the simple fact that we were seeing a round off on the 1 minute. It bounced into RSI oversold status and bounced back out and then back in it, giving me my second opportunity to get out at my price target. And that's basically how I play these trades, man. You know, I don't get too greedy. I could have been greedier, and this is currently trading at 249 on this option trade. I sold it at where was it at? 235. So I missed out on a few more bucks, but I'm not gonna risk more of my money or profits rather on a few more bucks. I do think that I'm gonna miss out on some from what it looks like though, that I could have captured if I would have held strong. But I got other obligations I need to take care of today, so I'm gonna go ahead and call it a day and lock in my minimum target for the day. I hope this session was kind of beneficial in how we can play options to the downside. The baby is a company of her own. Yes, she is. Yes, correct. So, oh yeah, there goes my Xbox. But I hope this was helpful for you guys that have been strongly interested in options, how you can utilize options in a downward market trend, how we can use that to hedge certain portfolio drawbacks when we see pullbacks in the market and stuff like that, to continue making some profits and allow for your other investments to stay intact without having to get rid of anything. Of course, you would need the buying power on the side, so it's pretty much ideal to keep about 20% of your free capital available in order to use that to access situations like this, while you're still having the other 80% allocated in the portfolio you're going after long term. As we're sitting here watching this, I was afraid that I sold it too early. I did a little bit. I could have captured a few more gains off of it, about maybe $40 more off of the trade. Let me make sure I'm right. About $30 more off the trade. So, it's starting to show signs of potentially rounding off and bouncing off of this bottom line of the trend. So I was happy with what I got, because I know what my daily targets are on a personal level. Outside of my business, I need to make about $108 a day on a personal level. So I made that. I called it a day. You know what I mean? I could have made more by holding it longer, but I also could have risked making that target at all, just like when I missed it the first opportunity. So I went ahead and locked it in, and I'm happy with that. As long as I make $108 a day, I'm situated. I don't have a lot to pay for. Some people's situations are different, but you got to understand, do an analysis on what your month. If you're trying to make life easier on yourself, not necessarily trying to pay all your bills off of the stock market, for instance or example, but trying to assist yourself financially in surviving a pandemic and an economic downfall such as this one, you can utilize the markets to this degree. And as you've seen, I only spent $200 to do this, or $288, excuse me. And I made about, near 33% of that, and that's a day for me. So it only took me $300 to make my minimum. So you got to figure out what your minimum requirements are, stick true to them, find a strategy that works for you. Of course, we're finding stocks that are momentum stocks, swing trades, and then building longer term portfolios off of that here at Millennial Investments. But this was a second strategy that I wanted you to utilize in terms of a downfall. So as you can see, she is getting hungry and upset with daddy. So I'm going to go ahead and hop off of here. I want to appreciate all the support. As some of you may know, we okay, baby, it's right here. You can get it back. As you know, we actually hit 200 subscribers on YouTube, so I appreciate that. I'm going to be shouting out some of you guys that have been very loyal to me, and some of our new followers here at Millennial Investments, of course. And once again, thank you all, and have a good day. Good luck trading. I'm going to tend to her for a little bit. She's getting mad at Dada. All right, man. Y'all have a good day. Huh? Yeah?